Welkom dames en heren. Hier in de zaal, maar ook op de livestream. We hebben vandaag ook een livestream. Welkom bij onze jubileumconferentie Open de Archieven, Open the Archives. We gaan vandaag op zoek naar nieuwe perspectieven op de collecties van het Zuid-Afrikahuis. We're seeking new perspectives on the Zuid-Afrikahuis collections. Het is overigens zeer verheugend te zien dat er niet alleen mensen van mijn leeftijd in de zaal zitten, maar ook studenten. Dat is altijd fijn om te zien dat studenten geïnteresseerd zijn in dit soort thema's. Dus een hartelijk welkom aan de studenten ook. Mijn naam is Angelique Sens. Ik ben directeur van het Zuid-Afrikahuis en ik zal u vandaag door het programma loodsen. Op uw stoel ligt een jubileumgrossie, zoals wij dat noemen, verbonden met Zuid-Afrika. Nou, lees dat rustig thuis of in de trein of wanneer u tijd en zin heeft. Wij vinden het uiteraard zeer geslaagd en veel leesplezier. 2 punten van huishoudelijke aard. Staan uw telefoon op tril of stil? Alsjeblieft controleert u dat even. Mobile phones, please silence them. De voertalen vandaag zijn Nederlands, Engels en Afrikaans. So we will talk Dutch, English and Afrikaans. And some of them will talk only in English. Other ones will talk whatever language they choose. Als u vragen heeft gedurende de dag, mag u al die 3 talen gebruiken. Liefst geen Spaans, Frans of anderszins, want dat is iets minder begrijpelijk. Het echte welkom gaat vandaag verricht worden door onze voorzitter, de voorzitter van de Stichting Zuid-Afrikahuis Nederland, Jan Schinkelshoek. Jan, mag ik je verzoeken?
Dames en heren, goede vrienden. Open de archieven, open the archives. Er is nauwelijks een beter thema om aan te snijden bij het 100-jarige bestaan van het Zuid-Afrikahuis aan de Keizersgracht. Het maakt kernachtig in 1 zin duidelijk waar we, Zuid-Afrika en Nederland, Nederland en Zuid-Afrika, vandaan komen, waar we staan en waar we naartoe willen. Als Zuid-Afrikahuis staan we 100 jaar, eigenlijk al langer. Onze geschiedenis begint in de tweede helft van de 19e eeuw. Staan we al meer dan 100 jaar op het kruispunt van 2 landen. Die, en ik gebruik maar een understatement, een bewogen geschiedenis delen. Een geschiedenis die mooie, maar ook zwarte kanten kent. En wie vooruit wil kijken, kan niet zonder achteruitkijkspiegel. Wie het verleden niet openlegt, gaat als een blinde man de toekomst in. In het verleden raken heden en toekomst. In het heden raken verleden en toekomst elkaar. En dit jubileumsymposium wil daarom de archieven openen. Niet alleen letterlijk, maar ook figuurlijk. Het is zogezegd het begin van onze 2e eeuw aan de Keizersgracht. Daarom, dames en heren, heet ik u namens het bestuur van de Stichting Zuid-Afrikahuis Nederland van harte welkom bij onze 100-jarige herdenking. Een herdenking die past bij wat we doen. Het schrijven van een nieuw hoofdstuk in een oud boek. Een boek dat al meer dan 100 jaar oud is. 100 jaar geleden opende het huidige Zuid-Afrikahuis de deuren aan de Keizersgracht. Bijna 100 jaar geleden, om precies te zijn. Op 1 november 1923 werd het 17e eeuwse pand nummer 141, de Dubbele Arend, aangekocht. Een pand dat symbolisch teruggaat tot de periode van de Verenigde Oost-Indische Compagnie en de West-Indische Compagnie. Dat pand bood al snel onderdak aan verschillende organisaties die zich bezighielden met de relaties met Zuid-Afrika. Er is in die 100 jaar veel veranderd. In Nederland, in Zuid-Afrika, tussen Nederland en Zuid-Afrika. Maar aan de Keizersgracht is 1 ding niet veranderd. De passie voor dat bijzondere land. Zo ver af en zo dichtbij. Zo dichtbij en toch zo ver af. En er is een heel scala aan jubileumactiviteiten ontwikkeld. Uiteenlopend van een tentoonstelling tot een essaybundel. En niet te vergeten, Angelie wees er al op, de glossie die u aantreft op uw stoel. Die 100 jaar zijn het waard om bij stil te staan. Er is veel bereikt om trots op terug te kijken. Maar er zijn ook dingen gebeurd om achter de oren te krabben. Daarom past bij een jubileumjaar ook zelfreflectie. De conferentie van vandaag staat in dat teken. Before handing over to Vincent Kuitenbrouwer, who will introduce today's conference, I would like to welcome our foreign guests, and especially them from South Africa. There are too many to mention names, but you'll find me making an exception for at least our keynote speaker, Mr. Saul Dubois, Cambridge University, for Paul Pikai and Pieter Duplessis from Maastricht University. En natuurlijk later, en dat doe ik in het Nederlands, voor Bab Schons, de nieuwe dichter des vaderlands, de new Dutch poet laureate. We are delighted that you will contribute to our Jubilee conference today, and we're looking forward to your introductions, remarks, and views that can't but be the starting point of lively conversations, debates, and Q&As. And we are still expecting the ambassador of South Africa, His Excellency Fusi Musi Mondosela. He will arrive, as announced in some minutes, together with Olita Lebelo, the councillor. Dames en heren, het is tijd om te beginnen met het openen van de archieven. Open the archives.
In his pamphlet, A Century of Wrong, from 1899, Jan Smuts, who was then State Attorney of the Transvaal, reflected on the origins of the South African War that was about to erupt between the Boer republics and the British Empire. Smuts argued that the conflict was the outcome of a concerted effort of the British Empire to subjugate the Afrikaners and dominate South Africa. He also feared for the fate of white people in South Africa in the future, and he argued that the British would not be able to control the black majority, which would have, in his eyes, devastating results. He described his fear in a from his perspective, nightmarish vision, which ends with a rather dramatic sentence, as you can read. An invisible spirit of mockery answers, civilization is a failure, the Caucasian is played out. In his book about the South African War, the historian Bill Nasson has argued that the conflict was in essence, and I quote, a European war fought in Africa about how to best get on with the colonial order and what its dominant terms of reproduction should be. Looking at it from this perspective, Smuts' remarks must be seen as a form of colonial propaganda, arguing that the Afrikaners were best suited to fulfill the so-called civilizing duty. I came across this quote from Smuts during my PhD research project on the Dutch Boer propaganda, and Zuid-Afrikahuis was an important resource for my work. And this is only one of the many quotes from documents that I found that contains notions of what we would call nowadays a form of white nationalism. The main idea behind this ideological gaze on South Africa was that it was a country that only could flourish under white minority rule. In the Netherlands, which at the time was a major colonial power, this idea resonated amongst a large part of the public that had similar ideas about the Dutch Empire in the Indonesian archipelago and the Caribbean. For me, the moment that I came across the quotes of Smuts was very important, because then I realized that Zuid-Afrikahuis should be seen as a colonial archive. How does that notion relate to the existing narratives about the collection? Yeah. My research and that of many others show that the organizations that were housed in Zuid-Afrikahuis were an important node in the transnational network between the Netherlands and South Africa that fed the political and cultural movement of Afrikaner nationalism in the 20th century. The main idea was that the Dutch and the Afrikaners were tied together, racially and culturally, a notion that was called stamverwantschap. Today we are reflecting on the meaning of that past for today and the future, on the occasion of the centenary of the location that currently houses the collections of Zuid-Afrikahuis, Keizersgracht 141, a couple of blocks down the canal from here. In the past century, the story of connectedness between the groups who lobbied for stamverwantschap and the Afrikaners has been the dominant narrative about Zuid-Afrikahuis. On the surface, this is a narrative about globalization and exchange. It tells a story about how two cultures merged and created a unique shared heritage, which is embodied by the large collection of Afrikaans literature that is stored at the Keizersgracht. But it is also important to realize that this is a story of exclusion too. Dutch heritage was actively used by the Afrikaner nationalists to bolster white minority rule between 1910 and 1994. Ene Jansen has argued that the nationalist canon of the Afrikaners during apartheid was a form of colonial culture, in which white voices were omnipresent and black voices were actively excluded and in other ways marginalized. In her tenure as endowed professor of South African literature at the University of Amsterdam between 2002 and 2016, Janse, in my eyes, did important work to reflect on the representations of marginalized black people in broader cultural and social contexts. For example, in her book about domestic servants in South Africa. In addition, I think that the collection of Zuid-Afrikahuis can also teach us much about colonial culture in the Netherlands and its resonances in the 20th and 21st century. Although it ceased to be a Dutch colony, formal Dutch colony in the early 19th century, South Africa was part of the mental horizon of Dutch imperialism in the modern age, just like Indonesia and Suriname and the Antilles. Dutch authors from the colonial age boasted about the accomplishments of what they called civilization in those parts of the world, contributing to a national sense of pride. Archives do not only reflect such ideas, they also played an active role in colonial projects as sites of knowledge production, as amongst others Anne Stoler has pointed out. The knowledge stored in archives provided taxonomies to agents who traveled large distances and created power hierarchies overseas. So it was bridging distances. In addition, colonial archives passed on such ideas through time. Using Edward Said's notion of the cultural archive, Gloria Wekker has argued that present Dutch society in the Netherlands is still heavily influenced by colonial ideas from the past. The main idea behind this conference is interrogating the notion of Zuid-Afrikahuis as part of the colonial archive in the context of the shared history of South Africa and the Netherlands. How should we as researchers deal with such a collection, and what strategies are available as to assess information that is stored there? Considering the future, what does this way of looking at Zuid-Afrikahuis offer us in terms of new research agendas for academics, but also for artists and activists? Moreover, it is worth thinking about the responsibility that this notion brings. What does it mean to care for and to curate a colonial archive in this day and age? The title of the effort and this conference is Open the Archive, an imperative that is worth explaining a little bit. First and foremost, I think the sentence could be taken quite literally. The purpose of today is to open up Zuid-Afrikahuis for everybody who wants to enter. Hopefully this will lead to a more diverse public than has been the case for most of the past century. Such diversity is important as it can stimulate new questions and new efforts to explore the collections and archives and uncover other hidden meanings of the experiences and events documented in the collection. A second layer of meaning is of the phrase open the archives is that it hopefully inspires people connected to Zuid-Afrikahuis to go out and forge new bonds with institutions outside its walls. It's important this is important as the collection on its own is quite limited in scope, as it is much focused on wide perspectives on South African history. It could be worthwhile to reach out to South African archives and institutions that contain perspectives and materials from other ethnic groups. Active dialogue and cooperation could lead to new projects and provide more complete narratives of South African history. In addition, Zuid-Afrikahuis could benefit from a more active engagement with Dutch institutions that house other colonial collections. Since several years, issues surrounding these collections have become the center of debate in the Netherlands, and many institutions, such as archives, libraries, museums, and universities, have started efforts to decolonize. What that term means, however, is far from clear and very much open to debate. The management of Zuid-Afrikahuis wants to take part in that debate. Not only can it benefit from the best shared practices, hopefully Zuid-Afrikahuis can also provide a stage for such debates. Finally, the term open the archives can also be seen as an invitation to us all here today. We will undoubtedly touch upon sensitive issues surrounding Dutch colonialism and white minority rule in South Africa. Such issues are not simply things of the past, but continue to shape the world we live in today. Such a precarious dialogue requires an open mindset, and I hope everyone will respectfully engage with the views of others, even if they are different from their own views. The goal of today is to kick off an open debate to generate ideas that can help us to take Zuid-Afrikahuis into the next century. To do this, the program can be divided in two parts. In the morning, we will focus on experiences of researchers working with colonial archives. We will start off with a keynote by Saul Dubau, which is followed by contribution about Zuid-Afrikahuis by Jennifer Tosh. The morning program will be closed with a panel on the question how to research the colonial archive. The afternoon program will focus on the question how to decolonize a collection like that of Zuid-Afrikahuis. The kickoff for this discussion will be provided in a panel, caretakers and curators engaging with colonial collections. After that, Bob Gons will further reflect on this issue in a spoken word performance, and the program will be closed by a contribution of Pieter du Plessis, a researcher who aspires to write a critical history of Zuid-Afrikahuis. I wish you all a very fruitful day, and hopefully we are able to provide and gather new perspectives on Zuid-Afrikahuis. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Vincent. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted and honored to introduce to you Professor Saul Dubau, who is currently Smuts Professor of Commonwealth History at Cambridge University. Born and raised in South Africa, he has written about, amongst other topics, segregation and apartheid, the history of science in South Africa, as well as the role of racial ideology in supporting white supremacy. He is currently working on a book about South Africa as a global problem. I'm looking forward to that one. We are more than thrilled that he will deliver the keynote lecture today, in which he shall address questions like, what is a colonial archive? And is the Zuid-Afrikahuis best thought of as a colonial institution? Saul, the floor is yours. Yeah.
Well, thank you very, very much. Thank you to everybody for being here. It's great to see the old friends, Vincent, amongst others, and a particular thanks to Anjali for this invitation, for this very generous invitation, and for helping me so much in my preparations as well. When Anjali wrote to me, she noted that Zuid-Afrikahuis, I'm afraid my Dutch pronunciation is absolutely awful, so you can laugh and smile, but it causes me as much pain as it will cause you. She said that Zuid-Afrikahuis was about to celebrate its centenary, and that the program of events was being planned to reflect on the institution and more generally on the challenge of moving from a colonial to a post-colonial archive. And in particular, she invited me to consider the question, what is a colonial archive? So I suppose the first question to ask is, what is an archive? Or more specifically, what is the archive? A term which is still often used. I think it might have been in Anjali's original invitation, and likely it goes back to Derrida's influential essay on archive fever. Now, leaving aside the Freudian theory in which he posed the question, Derrida made clear that archives bear a close relationship to power. In his words, the citizens who held and signified political power were considered to possess the right to make or represent the law. On account of their publicly recognized authority, it is their home, in that place which is their house, that official documents are filed. It is thus in this domiciliation, in this house arrest, that archives take place. So you might think he was writing about Zuid-Afrikahuis. But the identity of the archive and power with authority with selection, with pre-selection, with the politics of knowledge, was also, of course, a preoccupation of Foucault, and in particular in his archaeology of knowledge, in which he says, the archive is the first law of what can be said, the system which governs the appearance of statements as unique events. His archive, I'm delighted to note, was sold to the Bibliothèque Nationale a decade ago for nearly 4 million euros, which must count as a very profitable way of telling truth to power. Now, my subject is neither Derrida nor Foucault, noting that while both of them had a very significant effect on post-colonial and indeed on African history, neither of them directly contributed to these fields. The point is that their focus on the archive became for many followers a watchword or a slogan. Now, as a practicing historian, I'm rather suspicious of using the word archive in the singular terms or through the definite article the. Some of the most pleasurable times in my life have been working in archives, always in the plural, and more particularly working with the papers of an individual or an institution. It's one thing, say, for a donor to arrange their papers in the hope that they will be remembered or studied. There is a further crucial stage when the archivist catalogues a collection and writes sometimes an introduction. It's up to the researcher then to make sense of these documents, both as singular pieces of information, but also as collective entities. This is a complex and an enormously exciting process. It involves trying to understand the individual or the institution in the round and in their broader contexts. It requires asking critical questions about what is there, but also what is not there. It's a complex process of reckoning and reconstruction. Not only will no two researchers looking at the same archival collection, even the same folder, draw the same conclusions. The same researcher, returning to materials they've already consulted for the purpose of a different or new project, will see entirely new things. Archives, whatever their curatorial intent, are not unitary things. They all have their raison d'etre, their constituencies, their specializations, but they do not speak on their own, and nor can they ventriloquize, except perhaps when used by especially dull historians who simply note what is there. Archives are essential to scholarship, but they are, in the end, raw repositories of unprocessed knowledge, not unmediated representations of power. And this brings me to the next term, which is the colonial archive. And I think this is a particularly problematic term. In the first place, colonial is increasingly used today as a synonym for imperial. There is, of course, a relationship between colonial and imperial, but I don't think that they're the same thing. And this is an argument that I've been working on in my own work and continue to do so. It seems to me that there are important differences. I note, for instance, in the literature on stampenwanskap, to which I will come in a moment, the idea is sometimes used in this literature that Zuid-Afrikahuis was part of an imperial project. Gerhard Schutte, for example, has argued that stampenwanskap was a form of Dutch cultural imperialism. I would qualify this by suggesting that it may have been intended as a form of cultural imperialism, but that is not necessarily how it worked in practice. Let me explain this logic briefly. Zuid-Afrikahuis was founded in 1923. 10 years after the Act of Union, which created the Union of South Africa, made South Africa an independent nation state. 20 years after the end of the South African War, and more than 200 years after the Dutch East India Company lost its foothold at the Cape. If anything, it seems to me, Zuid-Afrikahuis should surely be seen as a post-colonial institution, even at the moment of its founding. There is something delightful about the fact that it was British imperial compensation from the Dutch Railway Company's liquidation, which was used to establish the Zuid-Afrikaanse Stichting in 1908. a clear case of turning financial capital into social and cultural capital. In 1923, the eve of the first Afrikaner nationalist-led government in South Africa, and just at the point that the Bible was being translated into Afrikaans, Dutch came to mean something different. It was for many young Afrikaners a moment of casting off the old skin, of pupation, of molting. In the face of this nationalist assertion, how did the ZASM position itself? It seems to me that that South Afrikahuis was created at a moment of post-colonial recalibration. Now, if we go back to an earlier use of post-colonialism, I'm thinking here of the 1970s and the 1980s, the work of Edward Said became so influential. Post-colonialism was, as Vincent suggests, an act of the imperial imagination. It was different from what was concurrently at the time called neocolonialism. That is the effort to maintain economic and political control over newly decolonized countries. Post-colonialism was about the projection of power, but mostly as a matter of the mind, a form of cognitive power. My guess is this is precisely what the ZASM and the Nederlandse Zuid-Afrikaanse Vereniging were seeking to do through the library and the activities of the house. To exert influence and to build through texts the imagined community that another influential theorist of the 1980s, Benedict Anderson, wrote about so illuminatingly. One of the problems, it seems to me, associated with seeing Zuid-Afrikahuis as an imperial project might be that it flatters the assumed power of the ex-metropole. But we cannot take the power of the ex-metropole, that is to say, Amsterdam, the Netherlands, for granted. It seems to me also, and this occurred to me in the middle of the night as I was fruitlessly chasing a mosquito that was keeping me alive, that I can't think, my current work is about lobbying groups and intellectual think tanks in South Africa. And I can't think of another organization that has lasted so long, 100 years, either in South Africa or outside of South Africa. There's something unique about this constellation, this network that you have here. If anybody can tell me of another institution that has lasted quite so long, I'd be interested to hear about it. So we move into new territory, it seems to me, now with the current concept of decoloniality, or the injunction, very often, to decolonize the archive. Now, one of the challenges here, that's to say now, is how to decolonize without eviscerating the archival holdings. There are creative ways to engage with these archives. Typically, this involves contextualizing holdings and material culture in new and fresh ways. They do not mean, and they ought not to mean, destruction or concealment or erasure. You clearly don't need me to tell you this because you are doing so already. I've enormously enjoyed reading your new collection on magic lantern slides, which, as Rosa Dean explains, shows very well how historical archives can be read in multiple ways by working along as well as against the grain. This publication is also a masterclass in curatorship and what Jeltse Stobbe calls good archiving practices and reinventorizing. I'm entirely in sympathy with this approach and wish you well on your next projects. Let me just say something, or at least ask some questions then about Stamverwantskap, which I find very interesting. Now, clearly the relationship of Zuid-Afrikahuis and its affiliate organizations to South Africa was a complicated one. I don't claim any special knowledge about Stamverwantskap, and I'm aware that there are several specialists in the audience, including Barbara Henkes and Vincent Katenbra, who know a great deal more than I do. But I have been reading their work, and in addition, I've been reading the work of scholars like Gerhard Schutte, Patrick Furlong, H.O. de Blanche, Vincent and Martin Katenbra, and Bernard Sla. It's all fascinating stuff, and I won't dare to tell the specialists what they already know. But let me just make some brief observations. First of all, I think we need to take into account the fact that Stamford-Vanskap covers more than a century of engagement with South Africa, at least from the 1880s, after the First Boer War of Independence, to the near present. That is a long span of time. Stamford-Vanskap was not a constant. It was experienced in waves of public affect. It went through the First and the Second Boer Wars, through Union, through the First and the Second World Wars, through apartheid and anti-apartheid. The feelings of Stamford-Vanskap were mutual, but they were by no means equally felt. Ties of kinship were mutually constituted. Much, however, was lost in translation. The ties can be seen in a range of fields, from language, politics, trade, religion, university, to family connections. It's a full spectrum kind of identification, but it also very often lacks focus, and perhaps that's part of its appeal. Clearly, there were tensions in the relationship. The Hollanders, who were welcomed as modernizers and much needed technocrats by some in the late 19th century, were said at the time to be having a disproportionate influence on Kruger's Republic. And I enjoyed reading and learning new terms like Boerenliefde and Hollander for Hart, or Hollander Hart. The influence of Kaper on Christian nationalism was complex, as was Kaper's own dual philosophy and his legacy in this country. And I remember when I last visited Amsterdam, going to see the not very distinguished house of H.F. Verwoerd, remembering too that Verwoerd had worked quite hard to live down the fact that he was a Hollander. So this was not an identity that was necessarily certainly recognized, but not necessarily welcomed by Afrikaner nationalism. Afrikaans supplanted Dutch in the first 2 decades of the 20th century. And as I've suggested, this could be seen and probably was experienced as not only nationalist assertion, but also more generally a rejection or a qualified rejection of Eurocentricity. At the same time, Afrikaner students, and there were many cohorts of these, often preferred to study in Amsterdam or in Leiden than to go to Cambridge or London. The Netherlands was thus an alternative metropole, a matter of choice rather than destiny, but a place of cultural affiliation rather than of political power. So let me share with you, and hopefully people will reflect on this, some of the questions that arise for me out of reading this literature. The first is to ask to what extent Stamford-Vanskap was an elite sentiment. Was it shared as much by intellectuals as ordinary people, ordinary immigrants? To what extent was Stamford-Vanskap therefore mutually constituted and reciprocated? In other words, did Afrikaners of Dutch extraction in South Africa relate to their European forebears in ways that were similar, say, to the Huguenots or to German speakers? I think of my friend Kees van der Waal, the anthropologist at the University of Stellenbosch, who was one of the many Dutch-born intellectuals who came to South Africa actually with their families after apartheid. And Kees has written very, very illuminatingly. He studied anthropology and the whole kind of Afrikaner folk stuff, and then moved away from that, became a very strong strong critic. But in his reflection after leaving Stellenbosch, and you can find this, he's written quite interestingly as sort of a memoir, he talks about how he felt the need to conceal his Dutch identity and to become fully Afrikanerized. This is in the 1950s. From a Dutch point of view, how did the idea of the Greater Netherlands apply differently to South Africa from, say, Indonesia? Now, I understand that Stamford-Vanskap has a very strong understanding or assumption of ethno-nationalism, if not racism. But I'm struck, for example, by a point that Barbara Henkes makes to the effect that in the immediate post-war era, the Dutch-Indonesian War was paired with Milan's 1948 apartheid election. both in respect of the maintenance of white Christian civilization, but also at a diplomatic level at the United Nations, where both South Africa and the Netherlands held to a position of non-interference in domestic affairs. My colleague Hans van der Ven, a historian of Asia in the Second World War, tells me that Stamfovanskap helps to explain why progressives such as Hubert van Mook and Charles van der Plas, the number one and number two in post-1945 Indonesia, had their idea that Indonesia was part of the Dutch world and found it difficult to accept that Sukarno, Hatta, and others did not see it in this way. This was very different from the situation in South Africa, and it suggests the context of Stamfovanskap in the case of Indonesia and South Africa were quite distinct. Race, as I said, may explain a lot, but we should also bear in mind that in Indonesia in 1945, we're talking about a late colonial situation, whereas in South Africa, the reality I would suggest was already deeply post-colonial. For one thing, the new apartheid rulers, liberators, as they saw themselves, were very different kinds of anti-colonialists to Indonesian nationalists. And I'm going to come back to the point about smuts that Vincent raised, because I'm also working on smuts and race at the moment for a conference in 2 weeks' time, and say that I have a slightly different interpretation of the passage that Vincent showed up, because we should remember that the purpose of the pamphlet, which he published anonymously, was a very fiercely anti-imperial document. This was explicitly written to draw support for the Boers on an anti-imperial ticket. So, quite aside from the rather awful way in which he describes the sort of the future of the decay of civilization, this was an anti-imperialist who was beginning to think of himself as a subcolonial imperialist. So there's a lot going on there, but I think that we must remember that he's writing this as an anti-imperialist fighting an anti-colonial war. Now, proceeding further down this line of inquiry, I wonder whether Stamfovanskap, seen as an organic, kin-based sense of diasporic identity, was different in kind to the British world idea, which was more extensive and included important sub-identities, Welsh, Scots, Irish, and English. Perhaps Stamfovanskap was closer to Germanist, to Deutschum, and also to a certain kind of Francophilia in, say, Canada. Within Europe, I wonder too how the Greater Netherlands idea worked out to the extent that it involved embracing the Netherlands and Flemish-speaking Belgium. My prompt here is to Blanche's claim that in Catholic Flanders, attitudes to apartheid were less ambivalent and less fraught than in Protestant Netherlands. Now, these sorts of questions may not have easy answers, and perhaps they're not even worth raising them. But I pose them for two reasons. First of all, to suggest that we might think of Stamfovanskap in a more transnational and more comparative way, but also, and more than anything else, to see Zuid-Afrikahuis not only as a portal to South Africa, but even more as a mirror reflecting different conceptions of Dutch identity over a century and more. And I think if we see it in this way, then there's a whole range of questions that come out of this. In respect to the post-1948 era, I've argued elsewhere that it's insufficient to distinguish simply between anti-apartheid and pro-apartheid. The term that I've been exploring is what I called anti-apartheid. And this is something that I see very clearly in Britain under Thatcher, in America and Reagan, but actually in Scandinavia, certainly in the Netherlands. That is to say that the arguments between so-called pro and anti-apartheid, they were arguments between pro and anti-apartheid, but they may have been even more important for the fact that they were domesticated. That is to say that to oppose anti-apartheid protesters, for example, might be the playing out of people who you see are political threats in the country itself. So it's about domesticating what is often conveniently seen, and perhaps sometimes with an element of condescension, an internationalist cause. Now, This is obviously very well illustrated by the row that eventuated after the 1984 raid on the Zuid-Afrikahuis. And the account that Bas Kromhout gives of this is richly suggestive of deep fault lines within Dutch society, as well as different ideas about memory, memorialization, and living with, let alone conserving, the material culture of the past. If Stamverwantskap crystallized deep political divisions within Dutch society, especially as a result of the trauma of the Second World War, how was the shift in the 1970s towards explicit support of the liberation movements in South Africa achieved? Was New Left and social democratic identification with Black consciousness, or with the African National Congress or the Pan-African Congress, as much a matter of forgetting as remembering? For comparative purpose, I think of the Irish example, where anti-imperialist and pro-republicanism drew nationalist historians towards Afrikaners very powerfully during the Boer War, and even into the era of Eamon de Valera, before progressive Irish opinion post-war shifted decisively towards the anti-apartheid movement, and largely in that process forgot the pro-Boer anti-imperialism that their forebears evinced in this process. From a South African point of view, there's also more to be done in respect of post-1976 refugees, Black as well as white, who found sanctuary in the Netherlands. I would like to know more, for instance, how Black South African exiles integrated in Amsterdam by comparison, say, with London. And I hope to be seeing the Ernest Cole exhibition tomorrow. As for Afrikaner expatriates and exiles, one would like to know more about the engagement of intellectuals and literary figures, from Elizabeth Abers to Andre Brink and to Karel Schoeman, who I think is a much underestimated South African literary figure, with Dutch culture and society. And it seems to me, if it hasn't already been done, that perhaps a project on exilic culture could be a suitable theme for an exhibition or research project based at Zuid-Afrikahuis. By way of conclusion, let me return to my opening remarks about colonial archives. I simply think they are too valuable and also too vulnerable to remain untended. The devastating fire and the destruction of the African Studies Library in Cape Town is a reminder of this fragility, but it's also, in many instances, a reminder of wanton neglect. It is much easier to break institutions or to allow them to decay than it is to build and maintain them. Fragmenting social consensus and the politics of populism is daily teaching us lessons about the dangers of ignorance and complacency. Here, it seems to me, Zuid-Afrikahuis should be congratulated merely for continuing to exist for 100 years. It has extraordinary collections. It was established with a very different political purpose, to say the Afrika Bibliografen in Basel, which focuses on the liberation movement in Namibia. But as outposts, both of them, of Southern African culture and politics in the heart of Europe, there are many parallels. Archives are, of course, highly individual. They have their own distinct personalities. However much they are founded and curated for a specific purpose, they also have the capacity to depart and to outgrow their donors. Thank you very much for being able to share my own delight at being here with you today.
Thank you so much, Sol Dubo. We have time for some questions. Is anyone or remarks on what Vincent has said and what Sol has said? You can ask questions also at the end of the day, but perhaps you know everything is clear. Thank you. Thank you, Sol. I have to take. Before we go to our first panel session, before we start the first panel session, it's a great pleasure to say hello and announce Jennifer Tosh. Jennifer Tosh was born in Brooklyn, New York, to Surinamese parents, and she's a cultural historian and founder of Black Heritage Tours in Amsterdam and New York State. And she's very famous in Amsterdam. She's also co-founder of Science of Memory Foundation and member of the Mapping Slavery Project Nederland, a very important project. And she will share her inspiring thoughts with us on our theme of today. But before she does, we'll start with a short film featuring Jennifer in the Zuid-Afrikahuis. The film, please.
We're in the South Africa House in Amsterdam Center. South Africa House is not only a place for the South African communities, but also a site of memory. What do we remember about the past years? This is the Center of the Colonial Archives. The stories about this house and many of the houses in this neighborhood are often hidden or unknown. And it's important that we are here, that we invoke this memory, but also to reframe the history of why this house is important. The heritage of this place is centered mostly on white Afrikaners' memory. And now there's a movement to try to transform that narrative to make it more inclusive. Because as you enter the space as a person of color, your memory is not what is visible first. You have to search for it. The history of a continent cannot be just reduced to one story, that there are many stories that we have to try to include in this focus. And it's not that we're trying to demonize one history over another or to make victims of the history, but to try to make it more complete. What's so striking about looking at these oldest books is how Europeans represented African people, how they were portrayed, the study of their culture, of their history, their practices, their life. And while we can look at it now from a very objective view, we also see how it informed the way that they tried to dominate people by first understanding who they were. And these archives, these are the oldest records of the Dutch exploring and studying of the Kooi and the San, and first trying to develop the Cape of Good Hope. So you see so many of these images, these etchings, and how they're portrayed. Language is really important because the Hottentotten, as they were referred to, but it is a very derogatory reference. The Kooi and the San and the land itself, people, how they identify it, is very different than how the Dutch described it. And that's what I'm always searching for, is that missing or hidden story that we can pull from these records.
Greetings. How are you all today? It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much for the invitation to be a part of this program. I feel very connected to this space. And for just a few minutes, I want to sort of pick up from where I left off. Looking at that short video, it's like, wow, so much has happened since then. A lot has changed. We are in a very different place than we were even a few years ago. I usually start by sharing with people that I'm a time traveler. I live literally in the past. Now, in my work, that's a good thing. In a relationship, that would be really problematic. But I say that because I navigate through histories, through centuries. And I love the work that I do that allows me to explore these different categories of place and time. I've traveled the world in the last, well, my life, but especially in the last 15 years in archives. And so I've had the benefit and also the discomfort of exploring spaces that are about preserving the past. And Amsterdam, the Netherlands, is a especially unique place and a great place to be a time traveler because it is so frozen in time. It acts as a portal where I can easily navigate between these centuries, talking about what has been and what could possibly be. My research focuses on memory and heritage. So I'm really looking at how do we remember the past? What do we include in this notion of our collective heritage and identity? And more importantly, what do we leave out? What's missing? My intention is to make hidden history more visible. And in some ways, I think I've achieved that. In other ways, I think there's still more to be done. What I appreciate about the South Africa House is their intention. The invitation to be a part of the Nelson Mandela lecture series was also a way of opening their doors from the past and bringing me into the present. But I want to extend from where I left off in that video and talk a little about what can we still do. We're a little too comfortable with the notion that we're now opening the archives and we're decolonizing spaces and institutions. And I've been invited by many institutions to be a part of that process. And I appreciate the invitation. I don't see myself as an expert as such or famous, as it were, although I get recognized in some of the most oddest places. But I do think that the work that I have tried to do in collaboration with many of you in this audience has helped to move us into a space of at least some awareness that there is a lot more that we can do. I also used a quote from Gloria Wekker about the cultural archives, that 400 years of colonialism has left its mark and its traces in everything, in our culture, in our language, and knowledge production, in the built environment. My co-author, Nancy Yao, uses this term often about the city is also an archive. The collective memories that are stored in these spaces and places, even where we are right now. Did you all know that this was the former Dutch West India Company headquarters in the 17th century? That even the building of the South Africa House, that building, the building next to it, and the few buildings around it were a very important part of this colonial system. And I think part of unpacking this history is for us to also acknowledge that the spaces that we occupy now also are archives. But I want to push us again to a little bit what's happening in the now. Because it's impossible, as one of my other favorite writers, Chimamanda Adichie, talks about the danger of the single story. Because it's impossible to talk about archives without also talking about power. That within these spaces, when I was walking even through the archives of the South Africa House, it felt oppressive. The building, as I think about its narrative, it feels almost untouchable, distant, unapproachable, sacred. Who can touch these very precious documents? Whose stories are being centered in those documents? One of the things I want to think about in looking at the future for this notion of the past is how can we transform the South Africa House or continue to transform it, to make it more approachable, more inclusive, to make us feel a little uncomfortable about who's entering the space and what might actually happen when we get there. Would it be possible to consider other types of archiving? Memories as archives, thinking about the collective memories and how do we invite more of the descendant communities who have lots of stories that are untold, unknown, forgotten, or just ignored. The academic pursuit of archiving is important, and I'm not negating that in any way, but I want us to think bigger, broader, deeper, to expand our notions of what the archives can be. We're now centered in a place of reparative justice, which is the word that is being used a lot, reparations, restorative justice. Could the Zuid-Afrikahuis archives and other spaces similar to it be a place where justice can occur? When we think about justice, we're thinking about righting the wrongs of the past. And we're so careful not to traverse or to step on that notion of guilt or blame or shame because it's not useful. It doesn't help us in the work that we do. In the 10 years that I've been centered in this work, and by the way, this is my 10-year anniversary of Black Heritage Tours. I think that's worthy of some recognition. And Barbara and Bart and so many of you in this room have been so much integral part of my journey. I could not be here without you, so I want to at least say thank you for your collaboration. But I think the notion of how do we transform the Zuid-Afrikahuis as a space of archiving starts with unpacking, unlocking, and dismantling this notion of who belongs there. I ask a lot of people who feel some histories with South Africa, do they connect to the Zuid-Afrikahuis? And their usually immediate answer is no. That's for white South Africans, Afrikaners. But it's not. And as I was looking through many of the books inside of the archives, I saw many stories that I related to. But how do we take those stories and this idea that it's unapproachable to make it someplace where communities feel that they can come to converse, to study, to research, to learn about, and to share, to add to these archives? One of the things I use as an anecdote is my own family story. My family, I've traced its generations, 6 generations in Suriname. My parents immigrated to the United States in the 1960s, had lived in Aruba for 9 years where they met. And when I went to Suriname for several weeks to do archiving, I was stunned by the archives in Suriname was rather in disarray because we think of archiving spaces as very organized, very structured, very gathered, and everything is cataloged and easily to access. And it wasn't like that at all at that time. I also think about trying to uncover and research my family history because what was documented really wasn't from our perspective. It was what was considered important to the colonizers and to the state. And it took several weeks and years even to recover and retrieve some of these documents. Then I realized when I met with my great aunt, who is really the family griot historian for my family, who sat me down and in my frustration, I was just saying, I can't find anything. The archives is just an impossible space to search for our story. She said, you won't find it there because the information is incomplete. Let me tell you about our family. And she began to help me understand that the name even that I'm searching for, Tosh, is not findable. Because in the 19th century, the names had been changed. The descendants of enslaved people were forced to be given names in order to record their existence so that the enslavers and colonizers and investors could receive the reparations. So then she told me the name you need to look for in the archives, in the institutional archives, is Macintosh. Macintosh was the family name that owned the plantation Liliendaal at that time. And once I started to understand the complexity of names and language, everything opened up for me. I was able to find the history of the Macintosh family, Scottish family, and since then have met the descendants of the Macintosh who've opened up their archives to me. Impossibility of trying to locate some of these things inside of institutional spaces proves itself difficult. My family also have preserved our own archives. I'll show you just this little scrappy piece of paper that I've used on my tours. It talks about our family in 1874, 10 years after slavery was legally abolished, bought a piece of the plantation that they had once been enslaved on. The afterlife of this colonial history is often not remembered, but it has an archive. So my invitation to the South Africa House and other institutions is, let us expand the notion of archiving. Let us invite descendant communities to be a part of your story, because they already are. I'm going to use a short quote as I conclude. It is impossible to engage properly with archives of a place or of a people without engaging with all the stories of that place and its people. The consequences of the single story is that it robs people of their dignity. It makes our recognition of our equal humanity difficult and often impossible. And it usually emphasizes more how we are different than how we are similar. Archives matter. The South Africa House matters. To go to one of the statements that you made, Saul, about archiving space older than the South Africa House, I invite you to visit Ons Suriname. Ons Suriname was founded in 1919 by then an immigrant community that trying to find a way of documenting their own stories. Since then, the Black Archives, another very important space occupied inside the Ons Suriname building, one of the oldest Black-owned buildings in the Netherlands, has done the very work of archiving. Wouldn't it be great if we collaborate more with these non-institutional spaces and places, using familial documents from both sides of our history? I think there's many possibilities. I've been talking lately about infinite possibilities and possible futures. I imagine the South Africa House as a transformative space, a part of this idea of reparative justice being done. There are only possibilities. If we intend to co-create the future together, to archive the future, we have to think beyond where we are now. And I'll end with this short poem. How do we tell these impossible stories? How do we archive these impossible stories about women, children, and men? About the words that were exchanged between captives that were never recorded in the archives? Their appeals, their prayers, their secrets were never uttered because no one was there to receive them. We intend not to tell these impossible stories, but to amplify the impossibility of their telling. It is the irreparable violence of slavery and colonialism and war that lives precisely in the stories that we cannot know and that may never be recovered. This is the afterlife, a past that is yet to be fulfilled, and the ongoing state of emergency in which Black life remains in peril. So what do we do in the meantime? We must continue to interrogate the production of knowledge. We must continue to interrogate archives and the spaces in which they occupy, recovering, retrieving, reclaiming, reconciling the past, not for the past's sake, but for the sake of us in the living. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Now, first panel session will start with a title in Dutch, Stiltes in de archieven. Hoe onderzoek te doen in het koloniale archief. In English, Absent Presences, How to Research Colonial Archive. Can I invite the moderator and the three panelists to the table, please. Our moderator, chair and moderator for this panel session is Harry Wels. Hij is verbonden aan het Afrika Studiecentrum in Leiden en de afdeling Organisatiewetenschappen aan de Vrije Universiteit Amsterdam. Harry will introduce the three panelists, Barbara Henkes, Karine Zijman, and Suze Zijlstra. Please be invited. And Harry will take over my task. Okay. Take over that. Thank you. Okay. Good morning. Good to see you all. Please use the microphone.
Yes. Hi, Barbara.
Hi.
A very good morning to you all. And it's an intense morning, and it has not yet ended, because there will be 3 more presentations that will kind of excite our minds, come up with new questions, new perspectives, and it's a pleasure to see that there's a big audience, and it also gives room later on to discuss the points that are raised, the questions that are asked. We do not need to agree on everything. You may think differently. That's okay. So it's a privilege to moderate this session. We have 3 presenters. We have Barbara Henkes, who will kick off. And then we have Karine Zijman, who will be second. And then we have Suze Zijlstra, who will end. The presentations will be something like 20 minutes. And then if there is a burning question which follows immediately the presentation, please don't hesitate, fire away. If not, please hold your fire, because after the 3 presentations, there will be a plenary session where you can ask your questions. I'm not going to give long introductions to the speakers, because in a way the people here in the audience, the people who present, do not maybe all know each other well, but certainly it is a network where all kinds of names figure and have their significance. So Barbara is attached to the University of Groningen as a research associate, and is on familiar ground because your PhD was done at the University of Amsterdam. Yeah. And so you are at an appropriate space to give this presentation. And without further ado, Barbara, the floor is yours.
Everything all right? Well, thank you very much for this invitation. I'm very honored. And I'll move on quickly because this is indeed a long way this morning. Before I start, let me say something about the use of language. May I have my first? Oh, yes, I have to do it myself. Yeah. So, as you can see from the announcement, I will move between 2 languages. And this is not only because of my Dinglish, my Dutch way of phrasing, but also because of the English translation is not always sufficient, especially when I quote from Dutch historical sources which use a language that does not belong to the present any longer. In doing so, I want to emphasize the need to distinguish between the language use in historical sources and that of contemporary historians quoting from these sources. This conference offers a good opportunity to draw your attention to the volume Absent Presences, which will be published this autumn. Together with Margriet van der Waal, André Paijmans, and supported by Simon Scholte ter Horst, we form the editorial board, and I can assure you, rarely have I learned so much from both authors and fellow editors. In May last year, we pondered the question of content of this publication, with which we wanted to reflect on what the Zuid-Afrikahuis and its various collections and objects has to offer for the analysis of transnational, historical, South African Netherlands entanglements, but what has remained outside our perception until now. We therefore invited authors to select an object, a text, a photo, or a painting from the house collection and consider in short essays what happens when we start looking at it from a critical, decolonizing lens. What absent presences become visible when we look for different ways of transnational whiteness is how it is constituted in the existing collection and in the furnishing of the house itself. And indeed, the first drafts have arrived and show a broad array of reflections in response to the artifacts that can be found in the house and in relation to the house history. In doing so, several authors felt compelled to pay attention, and we have heard it before, to the concept of stamverwantschap, which plays a central role in the 1881 founding of the Nederlands-Zuid-Afrikaanse Vereniging, and thus in the collections and publications of the Zuid-Afrikahuis. This focus on stamverwantschap is also reflected in the recent interview with two historians in the glossy published in the honor of I should not overdo it, the 100th anniversary of the house, as you all found it on your chair. The contributions in our volume will provide a useful and critical complement to that interview. And by the way, this glossy itself is an interesting artifact in studying absent presences or present absences in the Zuid-Afrikahuis. I won't go into detail now, but you will understand my remark is mainly meant to pique your attention and interest in our volume as well as in the magazine that you found on your seat. In this talk, I will first discuss the absent presence in the notion of stamverwantschap. I will then illustrate this briefly in relation to the promotion of post-war emigration to apartheid South Africa using an artifact from the Zuid-Afrikahuis. Most of you will be familiar with the definition of stamverwantschap, which is often translated in English as ethnic kinship, thus losing its connotation with an organic tree, stam, or a traditional tribe. When summarizing its conventional definition, one refers to a group of people sharing a common or similar language, a common genealogy, family trees and surnames traced back to Dutch origin, and a common culture focusing on the shared Protestant Christian religion. The latter element apparently poses no obstacle to consider, and Sol already referred to it, to consider Roman Catholic Flemish Belgians as stamverwanten, especially at times when language and language struggles are emphasized. Nor in the German, French, and Scandinavian origin of many South African settlers pose an obstacle to consider them as stamverwante Afrikaners and thus linking them to Dutchness. However, In this conventional definition, that is dominant in the archives and libraries of the Zuid-Afrikahuis, one element is conspicuous in its absence. It ignores the Afrikaans-speaking Protestant Christian descendants of mixed origin, including Dutch settlers, local peoples, Koo, San, and African, and enslaved peoples from other parts of Africa and Southeast Asia. Yet, the biographical entanglements, as well as the material and cultural exchange of Dutch and European settlers with African people and enslaved people, are so obvious. Notice family names of South Africans of color, such as Dikop or Jansen, attesting to Dutch ancestors, and mark the Afrikaans words, which do not only refer to Dutch language, but also allude to African influences, for example, Indaba, Khoi, like Kama, and Malay, such as the well-known Baya. The South African writer Breitenbach rightly argued that Afrikaans is a bastard language, and the Flemish author Herman de Koning added to this when he affectionately called Afrikaans een hoerige taal. Famous and notorious was the meticulously research of the South African historian Hans Heyse for his 1984 book Groep zonder Grenzen, in which he pointed at the indigenous origins of many prominent Afrikaner nationalists, resulting in a heated discussion in apartheid South Africa. Alas, the implication of such research for the perception of Dutch-South African entanglement passed the Zuid-Afrikahuis and much of Dutch historiography at the time. These contact zones were ignored, as were the harmonious interactions and mingling between the Boers and the Brits. The focus remained on the entanglements between the Dutch and the established Boers or Afrikaners. This cannot be considered separately from the impact of what is called the scramble for Africa, when 19th century Europe became caught up in imperial ambitions, and I think imperial is used in the right way in this case, of the colonial powers. Hey, there's a sound. The development of this new... Hey, what is this? It's a bit early, but never mind. This cannot be considered separately from the impact of what is called the scramble for Africa, when 19th century Europe became caught up in the imperial ambitions of colonial powers. The development of this new imperialism was accompanied by heightened nationalism in the European metropolises. In the Netherlands, it brought about a renewed interest in Dutch colonial heritage in South Africa, where the British had taken over. There was an enhanced identification with the obstinate Boers who fought the British supremacy and were now characterized as stamverwanten from Dutch descent. New imperialism also involved a boost to a racist worldview about the so-called Dark Continent, whose inhabitants of color had to be civilized or eliminated if necessary. And indeed, in these simultaneously developments, transnationalism and racism interacted and reinforced each other. It determined the image of South Africa in the Netherlands as it would develop well into the 20th and even 21st century, namely that of a white man's land. The idea of stamverwantschap played a crucial role in this, to the extent that it articulated an imagined community of transnational white Dutchness. But note, Benedict Anderson introduced the imagined community. We know, since he introduced that notion, we know that the community we imagine or that we live by is no less real and forceful than the community we live with. Stamverwantschap functioned unabatedly to trigger and reinforce nationalist identification of the Dutch with the brave Boers. Documents from the time, followed by the publications on South African history in the Netherlands, show fixation on the confrontation between the British imperialism and Afrikaner nationalism. And now I will try, yes. Here we are. The designation Boer War or Anglo-Boer War instead of South African War attests to this fixation. The position of South Africans of color falls outside that history, even though they share the fate of Afrikaner women and children in the British concentration camps. The first time I realized that stamverwantschap was, and still is, part of a discourse that, by ignoring the color line, actually articulates it, was during my first visit to South Africa in 2006. During a conference at the University of Pretoria, I witnessed a conversation between two colleagues. A South African historian asked a distinguished Dutch colleague whether South Africans of color could also be classified as stamverwant. The answer was, without further ado, no. This resolute, unproblematized response kept reverberating in my head and provided a stimulus to examine more closely the notion of stamverwantschap in Dutch South African intertwinements. Although the nationalist identification of the Dutch with the Afrikaner community in South Africa had waned after the victory of the British in the early 20th century, the idea of a transnational stamverwantschap remained alive, certainly in circles around the Zuid-Afrikahuis, which was, until the end of the 20th century, tellingly named the Van Riebeekhuis, after the Dutch VOC commander who initially, in 1652, was responsible for the occupation of the Cape. Ever since its establishment, the Nederlands-Zuid-Afrikaanse Vereniging was involved in immigration from the Netherlands to South Africa. Yeah, I think so. There was a brief setback when it became known that many Afrikaner nationalists, including Dutch newcomers who had migrated to South Africa before the war, had sympathized with the Germans and National Socialists. But soon enough, members of the Nederlands-Zuid-Afrikaanse Vereniging involved in the Van Riebeekhuis found a way out, invoking the Boer-British antagonism, despite South Africans' participation on the British side of the war. The pro-German stance of many Afrikaner nationalists was attributed to their anti-Britishness in order to neutralize their National Socialist sympathies. The post-war Nederlands-Zuid-Afrikaanse Vereniging did not hesitate to revive the notion of stamverwantschap. The house was used to promote a renewed identification of the Netherlands with South Africa at a time when the color line was drawn more sharply. One may conclude that the Van Riebeekhuis functioned as a motor for Dutch immigration to apartheid South Africa when looking at its activities and its publications. At the same time, its activities and intentions fitted into a broader politics. Once the Dutch government became convinced in the late 1940s that unemployment, housing shortage, and potential overpopulation could best be countered by mass immigration, it launched an active immigration policy to overseas settler societies. Canada and Australia led the way. The road to South Africa was initially blocked after the elected nationalists came to power in 1948. And I suppose you will be surprised. How come? The South African nationalists had fiercely opposed the active immigration policy of the previous Smuts government under the motto, own people first, meaning the white African community. Only when the nationalists realized that the country had a serious shortage of skilled professionals, they adjusted their policies and made South Africa more accessible to immigrants from the European continent. The Dutch were particularly preferred, as the nationalists, harking back to the idea of stamverwantschap, assumed that most Dutch immigrants would identify with Afrikaner nationalists. This would help to take the wind out of the sails of the more international-oriented South African Party, and in addition, and equally important, the white settler society would be strengthened by the arrival of Dutch immigrants. Incidentally, that consideration had equally spurred the Smuts government to its active immigration policy. As soon as the whiteness or Caucasian origin of the Dutch aspiring migrants was verified by the South African Inspection Committee in The Hague, they were welcomed as stamverwanten. These developments on both sides of the equator paved the way for stamverwantschap to become topical again in the political, economic, and cultural arena. And it is fascinating to study the many 20th century books, brochures, research papers encouraging the departure for South Africa in the archives and library of the Zuid-Afrikahuis. And that brings me to my chosen artifact from its library, as one publication stands out. Here we are. Een Hollandse familie in zonnig Zuid-Afrika by Mr. Bloem, published in 1949. Bloem is introduced as the leader of the office of the Nederlands-Zuid-Afrikaanse Vereniging on the back cover of the book. In that capacity, he was in charge of the NZAV Immigration Mediation Office, which operated from the first floor of the Van Riebeekhuis. Like most other authors, Bloem writes about the African continent as the dark continent and juxtaposes white civilization in high modern South Africa society with a, I quote, donkere massa die krioelt en woelt. He emphasizes the special bond that links the Netherlands to South Africa. For instance, he contrasts the Dutchman who goes to America or Australia with the one who goes to South Africa. The former would be lost to Dutch culture, while the latter would be able to bring his own culture into South Africa instead of abandoning it. Moreover, thanks to the stamverwantschap, the Dutch migrants could contribute to the formation of the still young Afrikaner culture. Bloem concludes at the end of his Zonnig Zuid-Afrika that, and I quote once more in Dutch, because of the telling choice of words. So Bloem concludes dat Nederlanders krachtig hebben meegewerkt aan de vorming van een blanke staat in het zwarte werelddeel, aan de handhaving van het oudste volksdeel, het Afrikaanse, dat naar taal, zeden en gewoonten en godsdienst een lood is van de Hollandse stam, die op Afrikaanse bodem diep wortel heeft geschoten en bezig is tot volle wasdom te komen. Mind the telling metaphors again in terms of trees and roots. My reading along the archival grain, from that reading, it becomes clear how the notion of stamverwantschap was used to present a specific image of South Africa, that of the white man's country. In the historical documents and in Dutch historiography, Afrikaners and South Africa were often interchangeable. Afrikaners were represented as the South African population, with the Brits in the capacity of whipping boy. Insofar as South Africans of color are mentioned in the archives and on post-war immigration, this is limited to how the Dutch newcomers should adapt to the racialized relations at the time of apartheid. At the end of his book, Mr. Bloom seems to give aspiring immigrants courage to ward off their fear of the unknown other, when he emphasizes how much the white man, the witman, in South Africa is in charge. De blanke regeert en handhaaft er zijn beschaving, ondanks de geweldige numerieke meerderheid der Bantoes. Maar de wetten van de blanken houden hen in toon en wijzen hen terug naar de plaats die hij hen heeft toebedeeld. 1949. This brings me to my conclusion. It is obvious that Bloom's book, as a historical source, like similar publications that propagated immigration to South Africa from the late 1940s to the late 1960s, can offer insight into how stamverwantschap functioned within the Netherlands South African entanglements that shaped and were shaped by a racialized discourse within and also outside the Van Riebeeck house. We should count ourselves lucky to have its archive and library. Indeed, these provide a good starting point for unraveling the colonial gaze associated with the notion of stamverwantschap. And therefore, I hope that the debates at the Zuid-Afrikahuis, precisely because of its past and the driving force behind the propagation of stamverwantschap and white immigration, can help to ensure that we no longer reproduce this notion as a matter of course. Instead, we need to take it up, shake it, turn it around, in order to analyze when and how stamverwantschap is done and how it can be undone, how it functioned and still functions as a deeply racialized concept, simultaneously neglecting and articulating transnational whiteness in the collections of the Zuid-Afrikahuis. And with this plea, I align myself with the next speaker, Carina Zijman, when she refers in her abstract to the need to create counter-colonial narratives. My concern and that of my co-editors of the volume Present Absences is not so much to fill the gaps in archives to produce reconstructions of the past, but to make absences in the Zuid-Afrikahuis visible as absences. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara, for an inspiring presentation. As I promised, if there is a burning question, then you may ask it now, or hold your fire for the plenary after the 3 presentations. If I don't see a hand going straight up like now, I'm happy to introduce my second speaker. Hi, Corine. Corine Zijman, who is an artist, curator, and scholar committed to critical engagement with colonial archives. She works at the National Museum van Wereldculturen. And so I think if there's anyone who might speak about absences and presences in archives, it's Corine. So it's a pleasure to give you the floor for the next 20 minutes. Thank you very much.
I'm setting my timer. Thank you so much for the invitation and yes, I'm short. So I have to thank you so much for the invitation and it's for being here together. I want to interrupt a little bit, maybe the flow of how this goes. So I want to invite you to take 3 deep breaths with me in silence. Shall we do that? Is okay? Okay. Thank you for that. Why did I do that? I'm not a fan of forced social compliances. I did that for a number of reasons. Firstly, it was to make it quiet for a while, to stop us speaking for a while. If we are thinking about absence, then maybe we should also embody a silence for a brief moment. But also, it was to draw attention to how much we have shared now together in this moment, in this choreography of breathing, which we do every day, and that binds us together with each other, but also to the past, as we breathe molecules that have been through countless other bodies. So what I wanted to talk about today is a little bit a kind of a conceptual approach of how we might account for these other ways in which we are connected to each other and to the past, in somewhat connected through archive, but also around the archive. Can I have my, sorry. Okay. My part of the suggestion of this talk is that perhaps we have been bound by archival horizons too much. And what I'm interested in is thinking about forms of having custodianship of the past, forms of and repertoires of historical narration in what I call the anarchive. So I wanted to, we were told that we could, that the languages was Dutch, English en Afrikaans. En my Nederlands is nog niet so goed, maar ek probeer. But I also thought I wanted to just introduce a little bit of Afrikaans in the form of a story. The story comes from this book. It's called The Man Who Cursed the Wind, which is a collection of stories from the Karoo, descendants of Kam and Ngau people of the Karoo that was collated by Jose Manuel de Prada Semper at the University of Cape Town. I'm going to read it in Afrikaans. If you don't understand, maybe you can imagine along with us. The story is called The Man Who Cursed the Wind. And this is in some ways also to do what Jennifer invited us to do, to bring into the space maybe some of those who are absent. This story was told deur Klaas Priga en Van Wyksvlei. Op die plaas is nou net hier af, in die plek van die klein Pareberg. Dis net 'n ander plaas. Die plaas se naam is so Kareeboom of so iets op hom na. Op 'n tyd het ek gehoor toe my oupa my vertel het van 'n storie. Nou ja, toe daar 'n man gewees wat bynies geloop uithaal het. Bynies geloop uithaal het. Want vroeër se mense het mos nie wat ons nou moet drink gif nie. Nee, hulle het mos heuningbier gedrink. Want dit was medisyne gewees. Dit was gesond gewees. Nou ja, die man het gegaan, hy het so 'n bietjie gesit en daar 'n roek gemaak, soos 'n ouma doen. Hy het 'n roekie hier ingesteek dat die bye kan gee pad. En toe die wind baie opgekom. Die wind, daar het glo 'n sterk wind gekom. En die wyntjie waai nou aan sy roek. Hy hoes. Hy kan nie daar by die heuning kom nie. En later toe word die ou man nou baie ongeduldig. En toe het hy die wind gevloek. En toe verander die man, hy in 'n klip. Nou ja, toe het my oupa my gesê, soos my oupa my nog gesê het, die klip staan nou nog daar op daai plaas, in die veld in. Hy staan nou nog geverander in 'n beeld. Die man, hy staan nou nog daar. Gevertel. My oupa het my gevertel. Okay. The story is about about a man who cursed the wind and turned into a stone. That's all you need to take from it. And so I think of this story and of the stone and of the landscape as forms of remembering. And I'm also emboldened in my thinking by somebody who has spent a long time in archives, namely the estimable Vern Harris, who has launched in my mind also this reminder that if archives offer researchers a sliver of a sliver of a sliver, if, as many archivists are wont to argue, the repositories of archives are the world's central memory institutions, then we are in deep amnesic trouble. So Vern Harris, who spends his life in archives and works from archives, alerts us to the danger of relying only on archive. What then are some of the ways in which we can have a much more capacious sense of having custodianship of the past? How we traditionally or conventionally might think of absence or archival absence is that we have a robust and full archive. There's a lot of material. Jennifer was talking about the wealth of material, certainly not a paucity of material. There's the VOC records are very, very full. And then we say, oh, we don't know this particular thing, or we don't know that particular detail. And so we don't, so if we think of these absences, there are things that we would like to know, but they are not there, but we kind of go on with what there is. Oops, I need to. There. So what I said I wanted to offer in the stead is the notion of the anarchive, in which absence isn't in the archive, but the archive is framed by absence. And that absence is multivalent. It consists of many modes of being, of remembering. It's like the negative space, in a sense, of archive. The anarchive is not that which only did not make it into the archive due to incidental conditions. So it's not simply a case of saying, oh, these were the political conditions or these were the purposes of the archives, and therefore certain things did not make it in. It is an acknowledgement of the fabric of our being in the world that does not translate into archival document, and yet presses into the present and presses into our lives. And this is what I'm in my life thinking about for the last number of years, is how to give form to these things that do not find the form only in the archival document. The reason I'm interested or moved or compelled or possessed to do this work is because of my own encounter in the archive with Kretua. I'm a direct descendant of Kretua, and in a number of, more than a decade ago now, I wanted to go into the archives and say I would find out more about my ancestor Kretua, and she wasn't there. So there were these slivers of a sliver of a sliver, as Vern Harris tells us, but there was no robust story of her. This image has been propagated around the world, from Wikipedia to all kinds of ways I'll show you, as an image of Kretua. But in fact, it comes from a 1939 publication by P.W. Laidler called Growth and Government of Cape Town, with simply the caption Eva, which is what the Dutch named her. You can see how this image has been taken up in various forms from Wikipedia, an artwork by Marlene Dumas, another artwork by Lien Botha, the play by Sylvia Wallenhof, and most recently, Sylvia also worked on a project as a building in the University of Stellenbosch was renamed after Kretua. But you can see how this image persists. But as Vern Harris also tells us, always with the trace, there must be a reckoning with more than evidence of what is past. So there's this image that comes into that that announces itself as an image of Kretua in the absence of a more robust archive for her. From this point forward, I'm going to show you a number of images of projects that I've worked on and things that I've done. I'm timing myself. And You don't need to listen to me. You can just watch the images as well. That is fine. If you are distracted by them, I'm very happy with that. So I've been looking for a different image than the one of Krutua that circulates most commonly. And this is the image that I have come up with. It is not it's not a representational image. It was taken at the Castle of Good Hope, which was a very difficult space that Krutua that Krutua inhabited at various points in her life. From my work from Krutua, I moved to another exhibition called Under Cover of Darkness, which looked at the history of women in servitude in the early colonial period in Cape Town. It was staged in the slave lodge. And it was a strong focus on enslavement, but also on the lives of Kwekwe and Kam people in that early colonial period. I was at the time also very much moved by Michel Rolf Trujillo, and you can tell I don't speak French, and his insistence of the various ways in which silences enter the process of historical production. And it is not just at one moment, but it pervades the entire process of historical production. So what does it mean to use an exhibition as a mode of historical narration? This is the company's gardens in Cape Town. The company in this instance is the VOC. It's still called that in Cape Town. And at the bottom of the company's garden stands the slave lodge where the exhibition was housed. And we told the stories in the slave lodge, and it's an Ziko museum at the moment. We told the story at the slave lodge in 3 languages. We told it in Afrikaans, isiXhosa, and English. And then in selected instances, we also translated it to Kwekwe. During the preparation of the exhibition, IZICO, which is the national museum body of South Africa, kept insisting that they had these manacles and we could show the manacles. And I just declined because I didn't want to reinscribe that kind of some symbolism, but instead focused on creating conversations and juxtapositions between what was present in the collection of IZICO, which was of people who owned enslaved people, who owned objects made by enslaved people, versus what the kind of critical fabulation, to use Saidia Hartman's term as well. We produced 12 stories by doing archival research in Cape Town. Some of these stories were quite well known, like the Krutua story and the Susanna van Bengal, also quite well known. We also made use of the bell that was the Oranjezicht Farm bell that had just come back from the Goede Hope exhibition at the Rijksmuseum. And so you could see the way that we privileged the stories instead of the objects. Sorry, as I said. And also the kinds of juxtapositions that we created. So we brought in also contemporary art, objects by Azazul Damase here. And in this sense, I was very inspired by somebody like Fred Wilson's work, in which he shows the economies at work behind museum collections as well. What you see there is an enlarged map of the slave lodge, and also that to remember the slave lodge currently stands next to the buildings of Parliament, but its view to Parliament has been blocked off. So I inserted photographs of the Parliament buildings to remind us of that. Another artist that we worked with for the exhibition is Gabrielle Goliath, and there you can see the Oranjezicht Farm bell, this time encased and silenced. And in the same room was the performance, recording of the performance by Gabrielle Goliath, in which women sang an elegy for another enslaved woman called Louisa van der Kaap. Unfortunately, one morning we arrived in the space to find the vitrine empty because the bell was just taken to the Slofrenay exhibition at the Rijksmuseum where you can see it up. And I would draw your attention to the fact that it is elevated. So this is a kind of a museological form of narration that tried to pay attention to the anarchival aspects, the non-archival but still deeply felt aspects of this history and as it played into the present. And for the next project, I wrote about the Klein Willem Arts Project. This is a picture of an area just close to Klein Willem. The Klein Willem Arts Project is a project that ran for about 20 years, a little bit. It had a kind of a germination in the Living Landscape Project. And what the Klein Willem Arts Project did was to take a story from the famous Blake and Lloyd archives and take it into the Klein Willem community in order to tell it to the students, to build a to the children, and to build a production and a parade around it, and that would culminate in this performance in one night. And what was so interesting always about this project is the fact that these stories, like the stories in this book, exists in the communities and not just in the Blake and Lloyd archive. And it is this divorce of the archive that is a very capacious and very it has a lot of potential. But it sits in an institutional casing versus how it lives in the community of Klein Willem, that I think is part of the scarring of the landscape of South Africa and the fabric in which we live. And for this work, I was very interested in what our dearly departed Becky Sizwe Peterson draws our attention to, the dilemma of how to grasp, narrate, and transcend the unfinished business of colonialism and apartheid, and to lay to rest all sorts of ghosts that continue to haunt post-apartheid South Africa. And it is in this notion of performance, drawing on the work of Diana Taylor, especially in repertoire, that the logic of the Klein Willem Project is based. We can come back to it. So currently I find myself in the National Museum of World Cultures. As I said, I'm a member of the Research Center for Material Culture. So in my position in the museum at the moment, I am trying to think about also the museum as an archive, how museum objects might speak or might speak and narrate the history. And one of the work, that was before my time, but one of the museum and the research center is already in the process also of trying to address some of these issues. You might be familiar, and this is free to download on the website, the Words Matter guide, for example. And it's connected to, this was taken at the Ethnographic Museum in Zurich. So it's connected to a network of museums across Europe that is trying to account for the colonial legacies of museums. And one of the more recent things that I'm busy with in the museum at the moment has to do with the fire of 2 years ago. Here is an aerial photograph of the fire that was raging on Table Mountain, and that made its way down into the University of Cape Town's campus. And you can see it blazing. It went into the Jagger Library reading room. You can see there as they're working to. This is what the reading room looked like before the time, and this is what it looks like subsequent to that. And one of the things that is interesting that has emerged from the discussion around the fire is the way in which it has drawn attention, it has transmuted a certain sense of what that collection or what that library is and how it functions. And it has produced a number of new perspectives and made visible other kinds of things as well. So we are in conversation now with the University of Cape Town to try and find also a way in which we can find a form of telling that story in the museum as a way to say that the history of South Africa is not just in its archival collections, but lives in these various kinds of other forms, what I would call archival as well. And that's it. Thank you.
Famous question. There is a question. Yes. Burning. Can you open your mic? Yeah.
I don't want you to gloss over this. I feel a sense of anger about the bell.
Oh,
Because I was a part of the exhibition in some form in the Rijksmuseum, which I thought was very important. But it would have been so interesting if they had seen the importance of the absence of that bell in still being able to tell the complete story. And were you given any explanation as to why it was just arbitrarily removed, which also speaks to power
oh yes.
and power relations and whose position is deemed more important, that one can be removed and that absence now, you know where I'm going with this. So just curious, how did you navigate that?
It was also during COVID time, so the museums were closed and opened, kind of at an ad hoc basis. The Slavernij exhibition opened during COVID as well. And so I think we didn't get an explanation, and we had to find it out for ourselves and discover it for ourselves as well. Even though it is a national institution, it is comparatively small and under-resourced versus the very wealthy Rijksmuseum, I'm sorry to say. And that the Rijksmuseum has a kind of an aura. So when they ask for something, the Iziko might, I think would just say, oh yes, the big people are asking, so we have to pass it on. I was a bit angry about it, but I enjoyed having an empty vitrine for a while, and we had a photograph of the bell at the Rijksmuseum to say this is where it's now hanging.
Thank you. Any other burning questions? There's one. Yes, sir.
I think Simon van der Stel.
Sorry, yeah.
Simon van der Stel,
Simon van der
the
Stel.
governor of the Cape. His mother was Indian and his father was Dutch. And then Stellenbosch and Simon Stel was named after him. But when did the Indonesians come? So when were they brought from Java to Indonesia? Like pisang is the Indonesian word.
Yes, no, absolutely. And I think one of the tragedies for me is the kind of severed relationship between Indonesia and the Cape, and how those history seems to have drifted apart. That's one of the unarchival aspects that I'm interested in recouping. I'm no Simon van der Stel expert, so I'm not in the position to answer your question. I'm sorry, but I acknowledge that pisang, for example, relationship, that that the way that those histories are intimately connected, but remains in daily life quite unacknowledged or reasonably unacknowledged.
Because I was
by the way, sorry, because then we can better take this question to the plenary if we want to continue talking about it. So thanks for the question. Before I ask Suze to come forward, I take the opportunity because the South African ambassador was not yet here when you welcomed him. It's a pleasure to see you, Your Excellency Madonsela. Thank you for joining us this morning. Our next speaker is Suze Zijlstra, and is a writer and researcher in colonial and maritime history, well known for her book De Voormoeders, een verborgen Nederlands-Indische familiegeschiedenis. And it's of course very special to welcome you here at the South African gathering, to hear you about colonial archives. So Suze, may I invite you to come forward and take the floor for the next 20 minutes. From how finishing? May I?
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for the invitation to be here. I'm very happy to be standing here, and indeed will travel a bit more east in my presentation. Let me see. The pointer is here, and yes, it's working. That's always nice. So I'll be presenting today about the research that I've been doing into my own family history, and then broader questions about finding women in the Dutch East India Company archive. And before I do that, I usually in these kind of lectures, given that I've been researching my own family history, I give a bit of an introduction into, okay, well, why am I even doing this? And who is my family? This is a, yes, there we are. Sorry about that. So you can find my grandparents here on the picture, and the picture is taken in Indonesia. They were born and raised there, well, what was formerly the Dutch colony of Nederlands-Indië, called. And this picture is taken in 1951, already way after Indonesian independence. My grandparents were of European Asian descent, so they had forefathers and mothers who were both European and Asian, and therefore they were counted, well, officially because they had forefathers who were European, they were counted as European, but at the same time they were Indo-Europees or Indo-European, and therefore a sort of a middle group. They were very privileged in ways, but in the other not as privileged as the white European, well, more recent immigrants there. In any case, my grandparents, together with quite a few Dutch Indonesian people, migrated to the Netherlands in 1950s, a couple of years after this picture was taken. And my grandmother, when I grew up, I unfortunately didn't know my grandfather because he had already passed, but my grandmother was always very happy to tell us stories about her childhood and about her own family. And one of the stories that she well, often told us was about my great-grandmother, her mother, who, so her story went, had hair that was super long, and it was so long that it would go until her ankles. And well, as a kid, I didn't really believe my grandmother, even if she emphasized, well, it was sort of she could throw it around her like a blanket. I did not believe her necessarily until I went to, until I saw this picture of my great-grandmother, and I saw that, in fact, it was closer to the truth than I thought. And this taught me a bit about the kind of stories that my grandmother told me and how I perceived it and how that worked when I saw other sources. So my great-grandmother is a person, well, her name is what kind of led me through the archives, as I was fortunate enough when I was looking into my family descent to be able to make use of, can I just, sorry?
Is it okay, sir?
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So I was able to, for my book, I was able to make use of work that had already been done by genealogists on the family Rosenquist, which, as you could see, was the surname of my great-grandmother. And this family went back generations in the, well, Java, and before that, Sulawesi, back into the early 18th century when the first Rosenquist embarked on a ship here in Amsterdam to travel to Java for the East India Company. And when I was looking into this history initially, of course, it struck me that quite a bit was known about the women in this history. Oh, sorry, the men in this history, where they worked, when they traveled to Java, and what kind of position they had during their careers, and so on and so forth. And while I had, thanks to genealogist Roel de Neve, I had this list where a couple of names of the women were already mentioned, I had no no idea what they did in their life and what kind of position they had and where they came from. So what I did for my research was to look into this family history of the Rosenquists, but I didn't focus on the Rosenquists. I focused, initially on the women who married or had children with Rosenquist men. So I could look into women of various backgrounds and so I tried to tell in my book the story through each generation of the position of these women. What kind of stories can we tell about them? And how many of them can we even find in the archive? And I think that kind of connects with the broader theme of today, because throughout my research, I've been curious, frustrated, and surprised when I was looking into, in part, the East India Company archives to look for these women, of whom a couple of them I already had the name, others I found the name during my research. But my challenge was, what can I tell about their life stories? Well, so today I want to take you a little bit through that journey of research that I've been doing. I'll be showing a couple of sources that you can find in this East India Company that I have used. When I initially started, I wasn't expecting to find a lot of these ancestors of mine. And then the archive surprised me and I found more than I had anticipated. But of course, who I was able to find was very much dependent on their position. And I would like to show you a little bit about that. Well, I will go back to this early 18th century or even late 17th century, and we will go to Indonesia. This ancestor of mine, Rosenquist, Kurt Rosenquist, went to Jakarta and then on to Makassar, which is on the island of Sulawesi. And I have to mention him again because as much as I would like to focus on the women, it were the men that sort of led me into the archive, because that was the first place to look, were the easily accessible databases of the East India Company. For instance, the VOC Opvarend, the database of the National Archive in Den Haag. And here you see with this red underline Rosenquist. So I had to go in through the men and look, this is a record of how he sort of, enlisted at the East India Company, what kind of career he had. It's all written down, what kind of money he made and those sort of things. But when money is involved, of course, in the broader scheme of things, if you pass on, it's important to know who the money goes to. And therefore, in this particular record, it's a bit, I've highlighted here that in this particular record, it is noted that Rosenquist was married to a mestize vrouw, so a woman of mixed descent. And in this colonial context, that means a woman who probably had an Asian mother and a European father. And how common was that in this time? It was quite common. And to get a little bit of that context, we'll have to go back even further to the early 17th century, when the East India Company first went to the Indonesian archipelago, occupied Jakarta, which they renamed Batavia, and they first had this idea that they would make this colonial society into a European Christian society by transporting not only men but also women from Europe. And they tried this for some time. This is sort of an idealized picture almost of what the East India Company men wanted it to look like, including enslaved people, I have to note. But the practice was quite different. It was expensive and difficult to get enough women to get enough women to the colony. It also cost money to look after them until they were legally married, and the women that were sent, not always by choice, I have to add, they weren't behaving as nice and Christian as the East India Company men expected them to. So about half of the 17th century, it was decided that women were not supposed to go from Europe to Asia, and also the other way around was legally forbidden. Of course, there were always exceptions, especially if you were a rich man, then you were able to bring, for instance, your wife. But in general, it was prohibited. And this is sort of the backstory of how quite a few men who worked for the East India Company eventually got children with Asian women, or by force, or sometimes not. And later on, men who worked for the East India Company married women who were of European Asian descent. And in those cases, the women were often adopted by their European father, and therefore also got the European surname, and sort of like incorporated within this, well, still this idea of this Christian society, which, you know, in practice, the Europeans were a minority of a minority almost. So it was a very close, small group compared to all the people of various Indonesian peoples and people from outside of Indonesia. So so what actually happened, it was quite different from what the East India Company men had imagined. And here you see a picture of, well, what was a bit closer to what actually happened. This is a picture of Pieter Knol and Cornelia van Nyenrode. And you see Cornelia with the black and white dress standing a little bit to the right of the Pieter Knol. And Cornelia is a daughter of a Dutch man and a Japanese woman, Surishia. And she was sort of incorporated in this European society. When her Dutch father died, she was raised in an orphanage because her father had decided that the mother was not the person who should raise her. Because again, that idea that she should be raised in this Christian society. So this is a bit of the background. And now let me go back to my ancestor, this mestize vrouw that we saw in the first source. What do I know of her? I know the name of her father. I know the kind of positions that he had. He was a chief merchant and later on governor even of Ternate. I don't know much about who her mother is. She was an Asian woman, and I haven't been able to find her in the archive. What I have been able to do is find quite a bit about Jacoba Happon, this mestize vrouw, in the archive. Oh. Sorry. I have found text records where I could find her father and the place where she therefore also grew up, the street that he lived in. I found a court case in which she was sued and where she mentioned about that by that time she was a widow, and she mentioned that she is such a poor woman with 7 children to feed. She wasn't that poor, I think, but you can see her a little bit coming alive almost. I saw a record in which it was recorded that she was looking after, well, her own son, and also sort of, responsible for him still. Even after her husband died, and I found a large inventory of all the goods that she inherited from her sister when she died. So there's a lot here that has to do with taxation, about property and those sort of things. And that shows how even, if you're looking into women, some of them are more easily findable than others if they're sort of incorporated in this European Christian, or Eurasian in this case, society. It's much harder than to find the mother of Jacoba Happon, who again I have not found. So what did I do? I initially, when I wrote the book, I started with this Jacoba Happon, and she was the first to marry Rosenquist. And then at one point I was like, well, what am I doing? There is also a mother before that. And even if we can't find her in the archive, that doesn't mean that I can't write something about women in her position and about the woman that she might have been. Because even if you can't find individuals, if you're going to look for it, there is a lot about slavery in the Indonesian archipelago in the archive. There is a lot about women who are enslaved in the archive. I've used other kinds of sources than I may have done. So let me see. So this is a source that unpicks tea that was taken in a house in Batavia. Not necessarily, of course, not my family, but it does help me to create a picture. And of course, this looks very peaceful. So you still need the sources that say something about punishments that were given if people were fleeing slavery, for instance, or what kind of force was used to keep people in enslavement. So even these kind of sources you can never use on itself, but it still can help you paint a picture of how life would have been for my European Asian ancestor, but also for the Asian women that were enslaved and that mothered those ancestors. I used maps, and if you go a little bit closer, this is Makassar where they lived. And if you go a little bit closer, you can see details of the fortress that was still quite well kept when I visited. And it's interesting if you go. Oh, what is this? Now I want to go back. Yeah. What? Yeah, it's not working as smoothly as if we can go back one slide. Well, here you see the buildings are sort of in one piece, and if you go to the next slide, if you would actually visit the fortress and go within the buildings where, for instance, the governor was, you could go to the back into a garden, and even behind that there were smaller buildings where in the past probably enslaved people were living and cooking and looking after the household. So if you look at other kinds of sources and actually the place, then you can get a better sense of what kind of life could have been or what it would have looked like. And next slide. Here you see the weg naar Bontualak, where the governor, the father of Jacoba Happon, lived. And so it might have been that this Asian woman that was also my ancestor has lived in one of those houses that you can see here. So going around and around, I try to collect sources that can give me a little bit of an image. But again, as I said, you can find also women in the written sources. Maybe not my direct ancestor, but there's a lot written about women, enslaved women as well. And one of the sources that I have used is East India Records Old Testaments, like final wills. And if you go to the next slide, we see here a final will of the sister of my ancestor, Jacoba Happon. Anna Happon has written this final will. And here in this testament, she writes that she leaves to her own mother, the Asian woman Sarah of Bima, a sum of 100 Rijksdaalders. And I found a couple of testaments in which European Asian women leave a sum of money to their Asian mother, which shows that they were still connected to them, which shows that they still cared for them, and that there were closer family bonds than we may imagine if we initially hear about slavery and mothers who were enslaved. Of course, this was not always the case in how it went, but it does give you a little bit of a closer insight. To say a little bit more about how the archives are constructed and how hard it sometimes is to uncover the stories of women, I wanted to show a little bit further, next slide, how I found this particular final will. And I have set a line at Boy Jones. That is the husband of Anna Happon. Boy Jones is the name that I had to look for. And first I was looking into the name Happon of the women, and I found nothing in the digitized database that was on the National Archive website of all East India documents, of all East India testaments, that said this is this database where all names are listed of people who have drafted a testament. And I couldn't find her, but when I was looking into the husband, I could find her. And then the next, you could only find her somewhere listed in the testament, but not in the index that I looked through. That is to say, why was this the case? I was thinking that I was looking into a very modern index, but the index was literally taken from an index that was made in, I think, the 19th century. Because of course it takes money to digitize, and of course it takes money to make a good index. So I quite understand that this old index was just transferred immediately until the online sources, but that did limit, well, I had to think differently and look differently into how to find these women in the records. And I think there are about 10,000 of these testaments that are digitized, and I would estimate that of these 10,000, I think a third at least are testaments that are drafted or having been made up by a man and his wife. And the wife is always named with her own name and always, has her own things to add. And again, this is of course a woman of privilege even within this colonial society. But if you look further into these final wills, you also get stories of men who have children that they leave money to, children that they got with an enslaved woman that they promise freedom or that they have already set free. But also stories of, these kind of family stories you can really find within these testaments. And still then only enslaved people are listed who were deemed worthy of listing as someone who might benefit or passed on to another relative. So it's a difficult source to work with, but at the same time, it brings you a little bit closer to this colonial history. Of course, times are changing, and I think that is something that I would like to sort of have a few examples to end this talk with. Times are changing, so if you go to the next slide, we're increasingly being able to make use of handwritten text recognition. So when I couldn't find Anna Hapon in the database because only the men were listed with handwritten text recognition, East India Company archives are being made more and more accessible. And here, of course, I'm looking for a person, but you could also look for enslaved people and get a much, much broader view of all the things that can be found about them in the archives. And it's still, of course, a specific view, but it will help us to get closer to those stories. And if you're talking about Asian women who get children with European men, I was talking about the 17th and 18th century, but those of you who are a bit familiar with this history know that this is a practice that went on and even expanded in the 19th and early 20th century. The woman was called housekeeper, nyai, and often she didn't marry with a man that she lived with and got children with. And a frustration of many people who descend from them is that they don't know much about them, or that they only have a few stories in the family. There's a recent initiative that I wanted to draw your attention to that has recently been launched, 10,000 Voormoeders. And I think it fits quite nicely with that idea of maybe an archive even, and also expanding the notion of archiving that Jennifer Tosh mentioned earlier, because this is a sort of a citizen science initiative where people are called on to share the picture of their ancestors, their female ancestors, female Asian ancestors that they have a picture of. They are invited to share their stories, and together the database, I think, is now 100 stories, but that is already more than was accessible before that. And there's really the ongoing call of people who are descendants of these women to continue to contribute stories. And of course, this is a modern example, but I think it also shows how much we still have to gain from family archives, family stories, and how much we have to gain from technological advances that can draw our attention to these initiatives, but also build these initiatives and make them better searchable and better accessible. I think this is really a moment to end my talk, as we have a lot to discuss here. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Suze, for this fascinating piece of family history. Are there any burning questions with regard to this? Please do. And can you please mention your name, and every subsequent person who asks?
My name is Joanne. I have a question for Suze. What is the link between your family and the South African house? Can you explain it to me?
I don't think there is. Well, I mean, you could say that all the men who traveled with the East India Company traveled via South Africa, which is indeed something that I noted when I was invited to give this talk. I think so. The reason for inviting me was, as I understood, to sort of broaden discussions about these archives and what kind of research you could do with it.
Any other questions of that burning nature? No? Okay. Well, first of all, compliments to the three speakers for keeping time. Thank you very much. I must be honest, when I first saw the number of slides with Corinne, we had a little exchange, but you did brilliantly. Thank you very much. And also a kind of compliment to the audience, because it is quite dense, and it's a lot of information, and it's a lot of speakers. So also thank you very much for your endurance almost. And so that's also to give way to, I mean, there is now a plenary. You may ask questions and it can go on as long as we like. But if it doesn't work till 1:45, then it's also fine. So I'm not standing here to keep you unnecessary if lunch is also coming your way. If there are questions, if you ask a question, please first mention your name. That is pleasant, because then we know who is behind the question. Anyone who would like to ask a question first? Because usually it's the first question that is the most difficult one to pose. And there's a gentleman who wants to go first.
Hello, thank you very much. Can everyone hear me? Mistake.
Can you please stand up?
Hello. So I can be heard and seen right now. Good. My name is Francois Janssen van Rensburg. I'm a provenance researcher at the Pressing Matter Project. That's not quite what I want to ask about, though. I also worked in the past as a curator. And I wanted to address the panel, actually, and that is something that's bothered me a long time and I never really had an answer for. And that is, how could you exhibit South Africa in the Netherlands, or Africa or the Netherlands, or build an archive about South Africa in the Netherlands? I worked on a project which Harry knows a little bit about, and I was really struck in that project by things that would be very comfortable in South Africa are very difficult in the Netherlands, or the other way around, because there is distance in terms of space, but also in the history, the colonial history of the Netherlands in South Africa, for example. And that does make it different when you talk about South Africa or exhibit South Africa in the Netherlands compared to how you would do it in South Africa. And I just wondered if the three of you had any thoughts on that, how museums should be exhibiting, how museums and archives should be collecting in the Netherlands as opposed to in South Africa.
Thank you very much for this question. I'm not giving any directions who should answer the question, but please feel free. But Corinne, I think you nodded so much that it might be that you have an answer in mind.
The other day in the offices in Leiden, where you also work from sometimes, I was walking past one of the archivists, and he was working on had a collection of material there, and he was going through it, and apparently it was from an old Dutch ambassador to South Africa, and in one of the boxes there was just these recordings of speeches by Verwoerd. And it was just lying there. I was walking past this, and I was like, oh, there's still bits of South Africa. What is this? Oh, these are these. And it was, it was like it was a visceral encounter in a funny way. It's like South Africa, we don't like we kind of have this, we have this about Verwoerd, but we also, it's like we don't bring him into the space, and here he's just around. He's just present. And I don't know what the answer is to exhibiting in the Netherlands necessarily. I think that's part of what I'm trying to grapple with at the moment. But one thing that's very clear to me is that when we did Under Cover of Darkness, for instance, the desire was there for frank and critical and really grappling with the inheritance of colonialism and so on. So that South African public asks that, I think, that there's at the moment we say we want to see a different way of narration. We want to see these silenced voices being brought into the fore. There's really a demand for it. The short amount of time I've spent in the museum, I've seen there's a much more of a dance that happens. It's like, oh, will the public be okay if we go there? Will the and those kinds of things. So I think it's also about how museums and various institutions, I include scholarly and other artistic institutions with this, is the way in which they understand and constitute the audience. I don't think it's in a sense only about what the institution itself wants, but if it seeks to bring into being an audience that is that are companions in grappling with things, for accounting for things, and for really facing them, which I thought, also your paper really beautifully staged some of those polemics. That for me seems to be the at the heart of it. But the difference between the two places, I feel myself very strongly as well.
Thank you very much. Anyone else who would like to ask a question? Ineke van Kessel, I already mentioned your name, former colleague at the African Study Center.
My question is about the absences in the archives and the collections. How does it make change over time? The current understanding of identity is focused on issues of race, ethnicity, and gender. But in previous generations, the focus would be much more on, for example, class or religion. So thinking back to your resource discussion of stammenverwantschap, stammenverwantschap, I grew up in the province of Limburg, and of course I went to a Catholic school. There was no notion of South Africa on my mental landscape. While I might have a landscape on the basis of books and literature and school lesson, included Indonesia, but certainly not South Africa. Those were Protestants and they were not us. So, my fee is in our understanding of these notions, we must remember that currently all these things about religion matter less. But generations ago, in our understanding of identity, religion was a very important dimension. And also class, but this is a generation later, and say the 1950s would be religion, the 1960s and 70s, class would be an important dimension. And this is very much lacking from our current perspective on issues of identity. And coming back to the archives, what we look for in the archives very much reflect our current preoccupations. So now, looking at the archives, we may miss these issues of religion and class simply because we are looking for other issues, for other dimensions. I'm not at all suggesting that these current dimensions, these current obsessions are not relevant and not interesting. I just want to remind us that this changes over time. Because I am a historian.
Thank you very much, Ineke, for that question. Barbara, please.
Yeah, to react. Because one of the things I addressed was that despite the Roman Catholicism, yes, of the Flemish Belgians, there the connection could be made. And this has all to do with that identity is not one thing. So I would say I prefer the identification and then identifications. And here you see that despite Catholicism or Protestantism, which was in those days so very, very important anyway in Dutch society, was taken away as soon as the language thing came up. So anyhow, on the thinking about the Groot-Nederlandse gedachte, there are so many elements in which this was built. and also in which it either went a more political way or a more cultural way, and denying the political in the cultural, which is quite interesting as well, also in relation to stamverwantschap. So I think you are absolutely right that every time we focus on different aspects of a certain problem, but therefore it is even more interesting to see how aspects who were important at that time could be pushed away.
Thank you. Suze, I think you also wanted to add to that.
I think it's almost impossible to look into colonial history without taking things like class into consideration. Just by example, I wanted to look into the women of my family, but there are so many differences between the situations of the women that I was looking into, whether they were enslaved or not, whether they were adopted into, well, by the, in the Christian church system by their fathers, I'm talking about religion, and whether that, they were sort of accepted into a certain type of class, and even then a position was also related to the color a person had, and what kind of systems of thinking people had in colonial society about people from that particular color. So I would say, and that I think also relates to what you have been saying, that it is actually important to see beyond one specific identity. And I think that historians and other scholars have been doing that for quite some time now, with that idea that there are these intersecting identities.
And I would also just like to add that Krutua was the first Kwekwe woman who was baptized at the Cape. So my interest with her is also about the religious and in terms of the Dutch religion, but I'm also interested in the other forms of religion that existed that are not Protestant or Catholic or European, but that is also that there's worlds and class and religions and spiritualities that are part of what one looks for in the archive, that are not necessarily by the same names as what,
Thank you. Anyone else with a question? Jennifer? You don't have to mention your name. Thank you.
Question for South Africans. I'm interested also in trying to unpack is how to balance archiving, for example, in the Zuid-Afrikahuis, using other methodologies like oral history, supporting narratives of, because it's like, as I said, my short talk is still very distant, very unapproachable, very inaccessible. I know that there's too much effort to make it more so, but what advice can we give to South Africa specifically to make that, to change that, to transform the space into a place that invites counter narratives, new stories, new history to be recorded? And my second question is, I know there's a huge process of repatriating art. I'm curious, has there been any inquiries into or ideas into repatriating artifacts or objects or documents back to South Africa? I'm just curious if that's also been negotiated.
Anyone who would like to respond?
So that Vincent wanted to react to that. That connects to that.
Because Brouwer.
Yeah, I thought especially Suze and Corina's papers really show that in research nowadays we also have to deal with the digital realm as well. So that also maybe adds to your first question. It's like, how do you deal with digital material and all the stuff that's available online? So it's maybe you could also comment a little bit on that, like how could we connect these material artifacts and the immaterial artifacts and the digital artifacts all together. So it's I think it's and maybe that's also a possibility of building new forms of sharing as well.
Just a simple question. Can you please provide an answer?
Yes. But I think so. Suze is more experienced with this digital part of the story.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think what strikes me with these digitization efforts are maybe broader questions, like not only how to collect materials, but also how to preserve it for a longer time, because you can make a nice and a wonderful website, but if there's not a party involved in actually keeping it up, then probably it's not going to survive the coming years. So maybe these examples that I showed, I think maybe the Voormoeders project is very important to emphasize that it's really a community driven effort by people from the Indische Genealogische Vereniging and some other people. So that would be one of the things maybe that I would wonder if you would indeed want to create a space to collect stories, who to collect the stories with, and how to maybe also gain the trust of people to entrust you with their pictures or the stories of the Voormoeders in this case, or otherwise. And on the other hand, there is a digital infrastructure needed to keep it going. So then the question might be, okay, how can you maybe contribute in material ways to those sort of things? Yeah.
May I?
Maybe first Barbara and then Anjali.
Well, thank you. It's clear that you are referring to oral history projects as an important way of adding new information to the archive. I think that it is necessary to realize that this is not such an easy thing to do, and there's a lot of discussion and knowledge and know-how about how we remember. Well, you know that all too well yourself, and how to make that run. And we have an oral history society in the Netherlands, which may be very important for the Zuid-Afrikahuis to connect to in this kind of projects, indeed. And I think we can learn from the University of Joburg, Wits University, who already have a long time oral history tradition and workshops, etc. So I would suggest those two things to Anjali.
Thank you, Barbara. Would you like to add? Bigger? Sorry, Anjali.
500-year archive project headed by Carolyn Hamilton at the University of Cape Town.
Yeah.
It was fantastic. Partly and because of what it does is it convenes material on a database from spread across the world, focused in South Africa, obviously, but spread across the world. And what that makes, so on one hand, it's about digitizing and bringing things together, but it's also about the kind of ethos about what that is able to make visible, because suddenly people can see things because they are not only looking at a single archive here or drawn to a single source there, but it is the kind of intersection of all these different things that have produced some really wonderful, interesting insights as well. So some of the curations from the 500-year archive, I think, was really beautiful example of the potentiality of that as well. Right?
Thanks very much. Anjali, finally.
I think you almost answered the question. First of all, the Zuid-Afrikahuis has to implement new forms, new policies of acquiring and collecting immaterial sources. But I think what's more important is to connect to other archives, connect to other museums, connect to other internationally and transnationally institutions with this kind of collections, and make it also accessible via the Zuid-Afrikahuis. So it's a parallel policy, I think, we have to follow.
Thank you, Anjali. Is there another question? Because otherwise it's also 1:45. How does that feel? Lunch, coffee, an informal chat. Yes? Thank you very much for your attention.
And thank you once again for the speakers. Well done.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be back at like 13:35. So we have 3/4 of it.
Welcome back after lunch. I hope you all feel replenished and invigorated for the second part of today's program. My name is Margriet van der Waal. I hold the endowed chair at the University of Amsterdam in South African Literature, Culture and History. And I'm replacing colleague Jan Bart Gewalt of the University of Leiden, who is ill, unfortunately, and who very regretfully can't be here today. So on behalf of him, I welcome you all to the session, which will go into much more detail, I think, into quite a number of issues that were also raised towards the end of the previous session, when many questions were started to be asked around, but how to do the kinds of ideas and put them into practice that have been formulated during the morning session. So I'm really looking forward to hear from our three panelists how they propose to tackle these problems and issues and to put into practice what some of these proposals are and have been put on the table. We'll have this panel, and at the end we'll have a break for a cup of tea, which I think is a good idea after listening intently to all of the ideas. We'll start with Mirjam Hoytink. Welcome, Mirjam. She's head of collection and research at the Dutch National Museum of World Cultures and affiliated to the Amsterdam School for Heritage, Memory and Material Culture at the University of Amsterdam. One of the core issues she's working on, next to the realities of the Museum for World Cultures, is the policy and practice of restitution of colonial artifacts and knowledge. Big issue in the public sphere in the Netherlands and elsewhere in Europe today, of course. Her scholarly interests focuses upon reconciliation by means of collaboration in the mutual interests and understanding of production of cultural memory in the Netherlands and in Indonesia after shifts of ownership in times of colonial conflict. Previously, she was responsible for the International MA Museum Studies at the UvA, but we've invited her really with her experience at the Museum of World Cultures and how they are dealing with issues around ownership, sharing of contentious artifacts, and how that debate is sort of playing out in the institution where she works. So Miriam, thanks very much. I'm happy to give the microphone over to you.
Thank you, Margriet. There should be a screen in which I can... Oh, you don't have... Okay. Against... Yeah. Where should I point it? Yeah. Oh, jij gaat liggen. Okay. Dankjewel. Oh, and then I ask you the next one. Okay. Wonderful. Thank you so much, Anneli, and all staff members of the Zuid-Afrikahuis to invite me. The invitation came when I was appointed at the University of Amsterdam, and meanwhile I transformed to another appointment at the National Museum of World Cultures, which didn't make me to reject my my previous promise, because I'm still talking and thinking about the same. It's only in a different, more broader context. My own research is about the production of cultural memory related to colonial collections, and especially to those objects that are that have been transmitted to the Netherlands in times of colonial conflict. And conflict is for me a quite wider concept, in the sense that any colonial occupation is, in my eyes, so that's the definition that I follow, is conflict. So in this sense, I was used to look at objects and work on it in archives. And I would like to share in these 15 minutes some issues that came to my mind in previous decades about archives and the problems of accessibility. And the problem of accessibility is precisely that what we today these years work on very much. Therefore, I also will show you a small cases of my research, and I'm not talking, unfortunately, about South Africa. The only link that I have with South Africa and the particular Indonesian case that I show is that I'm also aware that there are some at least 21 sculptures similar to the sculptures that I will show you in the ocean, because there was much of shipwreck in close to the Cape. But only a few have in the end reached the Netherlands, and the result of it is that in Indonesia are hardly any of them. So that is a small case, and I will tell you some knowledges about this case to give you an idea of colonial thinking, and also how hard it is to decipher and understand colonial thinking when working in the archives, let alone when we are going to do this in collaboration worldwide with researchers from the former countries that used to be for a long time in past and more recent histories were colonized by the Netherlands. This is a problem that cannot be solved in a decade. But it's wonderful to feel that we're at the beginning of a whole new era of openness, of willingness to give accessibility and to share, and that we only may be very grateful if people want to share with us as well. So this is to broaden the discussion, similar to Suze's contribution. The problem of accessibility, and I would like to have the next slide, or can I just do this? Okay. The problem of accessibility of archives has to do with several issues that were also named and mentioned this morning. It has to do with problems that Aleida Assmann already pointed at in her work on canon and the archive, that was very much related to archives related to Second World War and Holocaust history. But her findings were very important for cultural history and scholars on cultural memory production ever since, and working in archives. The notion of things that archives also have been used as colonial instruments to actively or passively forget, or to actively or passively remember issues. So there's much of selection, there's much of codification in archives and numbers of scholars in anthropology, in linguistical history, in philosophy agree on the coloniality of archives. Archives are really tools to rationalize. And if you keep rationalization in mind, I hope you agree that I will end up later with a call to humanize the archival environment. This is already a problem that occurs when you see what's in the name. Who is looking for a sculpture that is known as Prajna Paramita in Indonesia, which has been restituted in the 1970s? Indonesian scholars would never look in the Netherlands on the name of Putridelis, how it was categorized here. The name Putridelis was actually a misunderstanding of the old Sanskrit that was wrongly translated, and nobody ever corrected it in the course of the 19th century. So if Indonesian scholars would like to know more about this object, where to begin, if the names are already different? If you only think about names, and there's also the broader language problem, think of that the Netherlands in the 19th century revised more or less officially their own language 3 times. So topography, names, categories all have been written differently over time. So that is very difficult and makes it also very confusing sometimes and also frustrating to work in it. I told you about language. It's not only that if people from Indonesia would love to learn from their heritage in Dutch archives, it's interesting to realize that the international scholarly community published a lot in Latin until 1830. So for the earliest national collections, the first publications or cahiers were in Latin or in French. Some of them only in Dutch. And all the words that we use today to understand sculpture, you cannot find them in the denominations of 3 grote stenen beelden. So where do you start if you want to understand something more about particular knowledges? It's important to notice that what also was part of a colonial project, that the colonizer wanted to legitimate all the collections that came here by saying that they were protecting, safeguarding objects that from past civilizations that were actually no longer recognized as part of a today's culture in the overseas territories. These objects, Hindu Buddhism, a very particular type of syncretism that existed in Java, where Hinduism and Buddhism was combined, still is combined, and even under a dominance of Islamic rulers, of Muslim society in Java in the 19th century, these objects played a role in daily life. People colored them. The rain then washed the color away. They were part of rituals. But in the Dutch sources, you could read that these were reminiscence from past, very distant past civilizations, and that we were there to protect this culture from a dominant Muslim society. And we can also see it if we look in the maps that were created in the first archaeological museums where these objects were placed, these statues were placed. We got a very central position, Javaanse beelden, in between of Egypt and Greece and Roman parts. So it was all embraced as civilization. It was a kind of a trophy of civilization that should be protected against a Muslim society. Where do you start to understand this? Because this, of course, was not literally written and noticed in the archives. You can only find it and trace it if you understand the bigger networks of people where they're working in. First director of one of these museums, for instance, had a library. We still know precisely when he bought his book, what he read. He wrote in the sidelines, so it's an open book about his thoughts. He was very much related to the work of Thomas Stamford Raffles, a diplomat, an officer, but also a collector. And Thomas Stamford Raffles had written a first book on Java, the history of Java. In 1817, it was published in English. When these objects came in the Netherlands, this director said, well, we should actually also translate the history of Java because people can understand it. And then in another archive, I found a correspondence between the publisher and this same director saying, well, okay, let's do the translation, but it's quite a costly affair. It was also always about money in the Netherlands. It's quite a costly affair, but it would save money if we leave out the chapter about culture. Culture is not maybe that interesting. And the problem is that indeed they left out, I figured out indeed the first editions were without the chapter on culture, translated to the Netherlands. And precisely in that chapter, it was the story about people coloring, washing, and let the colors been washed away through the rain. It was the proof, the evidence that it was part of daily life. that it was not part of past civilization, that was simply erased by doing so. So there are active acts of erasure to tell a different story. How do you find it in the library, in the archive? You cannot only find it in the archive unless if you understand the networks, which were the authors, what they read, what were the people they were related to, which society were they a member of, when did they meet each other, where did they publish, where are these correspondences? And colonial project was in all society, so it's everywhere. It's everywhere. And you can't explain that to people who first start to learn about tracing back ideas about their culture. And this is an Indonesia, a Javanese example in the Netherlands. You can find it everywhere. You can find the evidence of artists making sketches. It will be kept in the archives of the Royal Drawing Academies, or in the National Archives, in the museum archives, in private archives. It's everywhere. And it's only a matter of scrambling together. But how to do this in an international project? To close with, the devil is in the detail. If we're going to work on restitution, on provenance research, and we do it in all togetherness worldwide, the museum archives, which is focused everything upon up till today, is not enough. It's only a part of the story. To understand really what the interpretation was and of the production of knowledge and memory, this is only, and I forgot the private archives, which I just mentioned. There were 3 involved. To understand this particular case, all these archives were needed to find a study. So where are we now? I couldn't attend a part of this morning, unfortunately, because of a very happy coincidence. And that is that the Ministry of Culture and Education organized this week a wonderful meeting with representatives of all national archives and museums from formerly colonized countries in the Netherlands. And there's conversations and workshops going on to create a data hub. There should be a data hub in which we start to connect archives, in which we digitally connect these type of archives, and where to begin, because our categorization is colonial. If my Indonesian colleagues want to know about religion, as they call it, the whitewashing or yellow washing of the sculptures, for them it's religion. They can't find it at religion, because for a Dutch, religion is something with a holy book. So the Muslims, okay, they had a Quran, and there's a Torah, and there's a Holy Bible. But everything except that is not collected as religion. It's superstition. A superstition is even a nicer word than bijgeloof. Bijgeloof, this is really a disqualification. So to understand knowledge, we have to talk with each other. And where I would like to plead for is that also in the future of the Zuid-Afrikahuis Archieven, it all begins with talking with each other. What is your need? What do you need? What do you need to know? Where can I help you to find it? Which words do we encounter? And shall we make a list of it? Maybe we can connect them. And in a digital world, many connections can be made. Objects and archives have been tools to divide people, also to divide people from their culture. And now we come near to a future that it is possible to reunite and to reconnect culture with people, and archives and digitalization are a tool. But it starts with the human being. It all starts with the with conversation and connectedness. Thank you.
We've had that's left, but you stayed.
Yeah, thanks.
Absolutely within time. Thank you so much, Miriam. That's it. Oh, yeah. Are there any burning questions? So I'm taking up the procedure set by my colleague Harry. Yeah, Bart.
Hi, my name is Bart Luijering. Of course, I very much agree with a plea to connect institutions, and it's been argued before today, and also for white people to feel a responsibility to understand that for vocabulary that's needed to make stuff accessible. However, I do feel that there's another step to be taken, and that is to not only open the archives, but also open the institutions that we are running. And so to also be willing to discuss ownership of those institutions and organizational and financial issues that are related to that. To give one very short anecdote, last week or 2 weeks ago was the opening of an exhibition at CBK Zuid-Oost, a wonderful exhibition. It's Knight in Shining Armor, reappropriating the appropriated, where pieces from a collection from Dutch Heritage colonial collection are mirrored against works by African artists, and with a lot of humor and beautiful. And the launch of the opening of the exhibition, there was a chat with the curator, Claudio Rietveld, and the director of that collection at the Department of Education. And she at some stage said that, you know, one day you get an LGBTIQ group asking for things to be included in the collection. The other day there's a Caribbean group or Surinamese or whatever. So there's so much to do, and we only have a small capacity, and there's so much on my plate. And then Claudio, I think, rightly responded by saying, but you mustn't do that on your own.
Exactly.
You must open your institution so that we can do it together. So that's what I actually want to ask, if to you, to Miriam, but also to the Zuid-Afrikahuis, if that willingness is there.
Do you mean as a request to the Zuid-Afrikahuis and to me, or should I say something about it? Yeah. Yeah. Karine has lectured this morning, their colleagues. Karine is one of our colleagues from the Research Center of Material Culture, which is part of the National Museum of World Cultures. And I think, and we also have Francois, my colleague, from the Pressing Matter project. There are many people now involved in doing research after collections. Some of them also really related to provenance research. That this is being done by people who are not formally curators already shows something of an institute that opens up and is interested to broaden perspectives and bring in partners to start this work being done. But it's only a beginning. In this whole restitution policy currently, the consortium is created that is a collaboration of a few museums in the Netherlands that usually spoke each other regularly, but not really collaborated, not really. And now that's being started up. When we have recently we had a first meeting within this whole policy with a group of Indonesian scholars. And if you would have looked at a program some 5 or 10 years ago, the program would consists of presentations by everyone, guided tours, and so on. It's also in the words. Now we have conversations, and we have proper introductions. We have not our guests, but we have you can't believe it, but it didn't exist. A kind of equal way of coming together. And I think there is something really opening up in the last 20 years and opening up the museum. Yesterday I realized, if you're older than 30 years old, you know that there are some moments in life that you feel there's no point of return. And with this, I feel there's no point of return. Everyone is working and collaborating with us. And this is a very good example, this symposium, also when it comes together in 1 week, where there are so many projects of opening up archives and a whole new generation who would not allow us to stop this. So I believe that that this will happen.
Great.
Yeah.
Thank you. I propose that we take other questions that might also come as a response to this at the end, when there is a bit of time for a plenary discussion. As I said, we will take questions at the end when there is a plenary discussion. Het is mijn voorrecht om ons tweede spreker te introduceren, Jeltje Stobbe. Even kijken, dat is niet de goede tekst. Ja, hier is die. Zij is hoofd collecties bij het Regionaal Historisch Centrum in Alkmaar en als gastonderzoeker verbonden aan de Universiteit van Amsterdam. Voorheen was Jeltje ook werkzaam als onderzoeker en docent aan de UvA bij archeologie, antropologie van wetenschap. En als projectleider en adviseur van lokale overheden op het gebied van archiefbeheer. En als archivist en beleidsmaker bij het Zuid-Afrikahuis. En zo kennen wij elkaar ook. En het was een enorm voorrecht, Jeltje, om een paar jaar geleden met jou aan dat project rond lantaarnplaatjes te kunnen werken. Jij hebt echt het project geïnitieerd, bedacht en iedereen enthousiast gekregen om met jou mee te werken daaraan. Magic Visions, Portraying and Inventing South Africa with Lantern Slides. Ik geef jou graag de microfoon en ik zal even aangeven wanneer je 2 of 3 minuten tijd over hebt. Hartelijk dank. Ja,
Thank you very much, Margriet, for this very nice introduction. As Margriet mentioned, I have previously worked at the Zuid-Afrikahuis, so I'm familiar with the collections. And I especially worked on a collection of lantern slides, and I'm very happy to share what we did with this and what results were done. Thank you very much for inviting me today. Well, lantern slides. A few years ago, A few years ago, a collection of lantern slides was rediscovered at the Zuid-Afrikahuis. That collection had been in the attic for years and had never been given much attention. Lantern slides were a mass medium around 1900 and were later often dismissed as non-unique because there may have been many duplicates in circulation. Within the Zuid-Afrikahuis, the lantern slides were known as an advertisement slideshow to attract potential Dutch labor migrants to South Africa. We know from the archives that such information evenings on migration to South Africa were held with these lantern slides during the 1910s and the 1920s. The images showed a rather sunny and uncomplicated picture of South Africa. White landscapes and busy city life that showed a modern and comfortable lifestyle. The impression was created that if one were to migrate to South Africa, life would become a lot better, as we also heard from Barbara. We know from the migration archives in the Zuid-Afrikahuis that this was not often the case, but the move to brand South Africa as a promised land apparently worked. In their characteristic wooden boxes, the lantern slides were difficult to consult, probably one of the main reasons that they didn't get much attention in the past, aside from their non-uniqueness. So the first thought was to make the lantern slides available through the image repository on the website of the Zuid-Afrikahuis. Once the slides were taken out of the boxes for digitization, doubts, however, set in. Browsing through the digital photos revealed the extremely one-sided image of South Africa even more clearly. Since some of the visitors to the Zuid-Afrikahuis are looking for migrated ancestors in the archives, such a photo collection, once it is simply online as a set of records with metadata, can easily again become the slideshow that beautifies and mystifies the migration and makes it an even worse one-sided story. Another concern was the description of the slides, which were written at the time for clarification of the depicted scene and corresponded to descriptions on the inside of the box lids. Some inscriptions showed terminology that is now, just as then, disrespectful, offensive, and undesirable to maintain. The question became, to crop or not to crop? Was it a good idea to crop the digital photos in such a way that the descriptions were cut off? Or should we blur them somehow, as with privacy data in archives? And if we were to cut the digital slides, what to do with the old descriptions? Maybe to record it as historical object documentation at the back end of a database. This was the useful solution of the Wereldmuseum, especially in combination with a search field on the front end, the website, which allows for offensive words to be searched, but the result of the search is the respectful alternative. These kinds of concerns led to the realization that everything that can be put online may not necessarily have to go online. The open data mantra says that everything is allowed online so that in an ideal world everyone has access to it and can respond to it. But what about privacy, for example? How do we find out who is on the slides? And is everyone ready for these images and descriptions? For whom is it good, nice, memorable, nostalgic? Who leaves it indifferent, and to whom it is annoying, hurtful, a reaffirmation of historical pain. It led us to think about the collection a little more before it would go online. The main questions we started thinking about were, how is a collection actually known? In this case, it is mainly known as a migration propaganda collection. How can it also be known? As in caring for who has been made absent from such a collection, both by the photographer and the describer of the past. And what could be the role of a collection manager? Instead of a conventional facilitator of so-called neutral metadata with which a historian can create stories, the collection manager is the one who already anticipates the story formation and knowledge production by ordering the information in a certain way. After all, the paradigm of being true to the catalogue, as Marijke Kunst put it in the guide Words Matter, often only serves the interests of certain groups. We already had some experience with this while working on the archives of the Zuid-Afrikahuis, by changing wives into persons with their own names and sometimes even titles in new inventory descriptions, which also led to some questions about staying true to the catalogue. But what to do with something as strong as visuals? We opted for a book project to think this all through. Instead of first describing and publishing a collection and then to do research and write a book about it, we turn it around. To open up the process of thinking with the slides, a group of authors who was drawing on archives, working with archives, or were archivers themselves, were invited to browse through the slides digitally, to select one or more slides, and to write an essay about it. To keep it simple and digital, as this was in COVID times, we set up a basic project website with all the digitized slides on it and asked the potential writers to pick one or more slides that evoked something or that made them uncomfortable. Whether the result was a historical story, an academic reflection, or a personal story, it would make the collection known differently than just a slideshow for potential migrant workers. And also hopefully provide some advice on how to engage with this material in its transition to the public domain. This thinking and writing exercise resulted in a highly varied repertoire of texts that were collected in the book. These included historical stories about the past, reflective stories about what is clearly portrayed, and reflective stories about absent presences, what is made absent and yet is there, and thus entirely new stories that only emerge when looking closely at the lantern slide. An example of a new story was offered by this lantern slide, which at first glance shows an ideal location for painters and photographers to picture Cape Town and Table Mountain. But the location itself, which can be seen in the foreground, is the cemetery of Tanah Baru, the cemetery for Muslims in Cape Town, which is not mentioned at all in the description of the slides. But it is visible when the writer brings out this story. Although Cape Town and Table Mountain are good to keep at the back end, on the front end, the website for the general public, Tanah Baru should at least be put first, if not be the main story. Maybe. Another example is this lantern slide of the train track. The fascination for train travel is reflected in many lantern slides, as it apparently was a rewarding subject for depicting the then young Union of South Africa as a modern state, as a break with ox wagons in rough landscapes. However, the slides on the train journeys also show an absent presence. The black inhabitants of South Africa, many of whom we know had worked on the railways either as foremen or as laborers. Thinking this through makes one look at these images and possible descriptions with very different stories in mind. Another example are these lantern slides of landscapes or agricultural activities. Many lantern slides seem to have wanted to portray a certain colonial rural idyll to the Dutch migrant worker, one in which a white farmer oversees black farm workers. However, there are also magic lantern slides that shift this image, especially if one were to change the descriptions on the magic lantern slides themselves. The author proposes, for example, to focus on the person on the right in the description, as has been done on the left. Instead of focusing in the description on the profitable sugarcane fields Natal, the title could also be Blanketed Figure Above a Sea of Sugarcane. As the author wrote about this image, here then, more so than in the case of the grape picker on the left, the lack of epistemological hesitation at depicting this person as if they could own the crops becomes potentially productive. Such an exercise offers a possibility of a future for those depicted and makes the idyll a thinking tool with which to intervene in the effects of this same idyll. Thinking through writing was expanded by one author into an art expo. She's also present today, so you can ask her about it later on. The author stated that as a historian, she wanted to preserve everything, but as an artist, she also wanted to make the material her own and see what happens when you transform it. The author literally dragged the slides from storage to a serigraphy lab with permission to transform them from a negative into a positive image. The selection consisted mainly of slides that were broken and moldy, so that you could let your imagination run wild on this and take it out of narrative grooves in which it was usually stuck. Reproducing the lantern slides was then an exercise in the reproduction of colonial images, and an exercise in seeking one's role as an academically trained observer in damaged and burdened heritage, both literally and figuratively. When making the book, we were mainly concerned with what the slides would evoke, and what we could learn from this for collection management and access. We had also thought about what the response to the slides might be in South Africa. This soon took shape in an art project of the Center for Visual Art at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. A group of master students from the Artistic Research Program started working with the Magic Lantern slides from our project website and created a wonderful online exhibition about it. One of the students focused on landscape slides used as advertisements for South Africa, beginning of the 20th century. The student writes that the scenes were depicted as typical scenes and named as such in the descriptions, such as Zululand, typical scene, but that on closer inspection they contained a devastating history. The student therefore wanted to depict the scenes in a different atmosphere, as a beautiful landscape, instead of a typical scene ready for colonization by migrants. Another student also focused on the image of landscapes as advertisement for potential migrants. The student focused on the absent presence, the voices and visions of marginalized groups from the time of the lantern slides, and the main question of whether the marginalized and dispossessed saw the same landscape back then as those who sold this land through the slides as a beautiful refuge full of free land. This resulted in eerie, almost dreamlike landscapes with strange shapes in them, so that all beauty is taken away and only an uncomfortable shell remains. The answer to the main question was then that these marginalized groups would no longer see the beauty of the land if it was slowly taken away from them. Oh. Yeah. The subject of the utopian idealized landscape was also addressed in other ways. On a lantern slide from South Durban Bay, moving images of pollution by petrochemicals were projected, making it look like the old slides with a sometimes broken texture. Instead of the original utopian landscape of Durban in the old lantern slide, the image had become a dystopian reality of life in the present. This makes the old lantern slide of Durban even more unrealistic. Another student also stayed close to the phenomenon of the magic lantern. The student made also a video consisting of images as if a lantern's presentation is being given. The subject of the images are the hands of all presidents of the Republic of South Africa up to present-day South Africa. The student wrote that the choice of consecutive hands had to do with creating a believable movement, but also that the hand gesture may evoke the subject's psychology. And finally, an art project focused on one of the many images of architecture in the lantern slide collection, the Union Building. An important building in the student's childhood where she loved to play in the gardens, but now a very uncomfortable reminder of her privileged upbringing. On the roof, in the center of the painting, it's very small but distinct. You can all see it, I think. The student has placed a person from another lantern slide, the Pondo Land man smoking a pipe, as the description says. In doing so, the student attempts to undermine the image of the Union Building as an all-encompassing seat of apartheid power, while at the same time challenging the viewer to see the Union Buildings as an everyday vantage point from which a wise figure smokes a pipe, or perhaps surveys his kingdom. In conclusion, what started with thinking about whether and how the slides could go online and with what metadata became a book and 2 art projects. We hadn't really thought through these exercises in advance, I have to admit. It all happened on the go. The book on the magic lantern slides was an experiment in writing together about the collection, and what followed with the art projects was a response to the book and the slides. However, we were not so concerned with the results, but with what we had come up in the meantime in discussing these issues with each other and with the lecturers and students at the University of KwaZulu-Natal. And it became clear that interesting responses come along as long as you bring such a collection in motion. The art projects made us realize that you can never really know how something relates, how it is picked up by others. But that it is important that as soon as you put such a collection online, as we did with our project website, at least make it easy for others to respond to it. For example, by providing the materials for a student art project, or maybe simply through an easily accessible response form accompanying the collection on the website. And then think about what these responses may mean for collections to be placed online like this. All art project examples, as well as the text written for the book, are thought-provoking about the images and about the captions of the lantern slides. Once we looked at the work of art or read a text in relation to a particular lantern slide or its description, that relationship wasn't easy to undo. It was a strong relationship. Trying to convert such a relationship into 1 or 2 words of a metadata field may then be difficult, as this may impoverish the relationship, make it less strong. For this collection, it may therefore be an idea to put it simply online together with the spin-off projects, with cross-references between the collection, the stories of the book, and the art projects, as if those were contextually and multivocally assembled metadata. The idea of a searchable database with separate records that easily lose their metadata once traveling online then becomes less attractive. The proposed solution to our description and metadata concerns would maybe not be that difficult to realize, but I know I'm always a bit optimistic about this, and a manageable thing to do for small organizations such as the Zuid-Afrikahuis, when, for instance, compared to completely rewriting the metadata of the collection as a whole. Other manageable options for decolonizing such collections may be, practically speaking, editing collection metadata or keywords in batches, at least at the front end. Making more detailed finding aids to specific small collections such as this one as a manageable experiment in which one could try to bring out those that are always made absent. Another option is to look at what has already been done at the Zuid-Afrikahuis and to make use of that. For instance, some of the archives, especially those on migration, have been digitized. Perhaps the text mining project can be set up that focuses very specifically on keywords in these archives, which could bring out those who are always made absent. As a book project on the Magic Lantern slides has hopefully shown, a project doesn't have to be set up at a large scale in order to create a response to a collection, to create many new stories and to make it known in different ways, to provide materials with which a collection manager can think about how to place it online with care. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeltje. And also in your case, we will take one burning question from the floor. Who would like to ask anything? If not, then we can continue. I think perhaps after the third contribution, when we open for plenary discussion, more issues will arise. It is my absolute pleasure and privilege to welcome Paul Bikai, who is attending online with us. He's in Spain at the moment. Thank you so much, Paul, for making time to participate in this panel this afternoon. Paul Bikai is de eerste ambassadeur van de verdraagzaamheid in Nederland en heeft sindsdien in tal van organisaties en stichtingen bijgedragen aan de herijking en nadenken over insluiting en diversiteit. Hij is onder meer ook initiatiefnemer van de stichting Wamiliki, die zich bezighoudt met het actief werken en bijdragen aan verzoening en verbinding tussen Afrikanen en Europeanen in Europa en Afrika. Het woord Wamiliki betekent erfgenaam en stelt dus ook de vraag hoe er vanuit verschillende posities op een gelijkwaardige wijze en met elkaar toegang tot en omgang met het erfgoed van een gedeelde verleden van Afrika en Europa tot stand kan komen. Hoe we daarover kunnen spreken en praten. Paul, thanks again for joining us. I would like to offer you the microphone digitally. Jamie is on the side to check that everything is going well. So the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me? Okay. Let me start by introducing some absentees at such a meeting. The street. Let me bring in a room those people from Karija or from Kinshasa who never went to university. So forgive my language. It will be a language not from the academic, but a language recognized by those who will be confronted with our history, our trying to make things available for everybody. So, my name is Paul Bikai. It means in Chiluba, one of the languages in Congo, make people awake. So I'm a little bit somebody near walk, but the positive walk, not the negative one. Eh? The positive walk. So and when people ask me where I'm from, most of the time they already make a mistake by pronouncing my name as Mbeki. So I'm from the Congo. I love the Netherlands, and I love South Africa. So I have three countries at this present moment. So you see, an African, European, I'm all of that. When I've been contacted to share some thoughts with you about archives and how we can decolonize them, I thought of three things, to share three things with you. And then we have time to talk about it. I do believe that archives are what they are, and they are not changeable. So archives are the representation of what happens, and that depends on who made them. So the one who made them wrote them or made them according to his or her sense of history. Cannot change that. From the same archives, you can have people who smile or people who start crying. They are unchangeable. The second one I wanted to share with you is that when we do agree that we cannot change the archives, what can we then do in order to make them maybe acceptable to everybody? Then I say, the archives, we cannot change them. People will still laugh or cry, but we can start writing of making new archives. That's one of my way of thinking about archives. The old one, we cannot change them, but we can start today trying to make new one so that this kind of meeting 100 years from now won't be necessary. So how can we make new archives so that the word of tomorrow be a word of where we are now trying to change the archives of to make them acceptable for other people? To Amiliki, we try to make the relationship between Europe and Africa, between European and African, between black and white, a little bit horizontal. We believe that when that relationship is horizontal, we'll be able to write a new chapter and making a new archive. But from now, with the question laid before us, what can we do with the archives we are having now? This is how I see it. Because I do not have the possibility to change history, I propose we use archives to make people feel discomfort and to use that discomfort to start a good conversation. And after having a conversation, maybe starting appreciate each other. And maybe after appreciating each other, start to love each other and start to write a new story. So, because I know I cannot change the archives, I can use them to start a conversation after feeling discomfortable. Now, let me tell you a small story. As an African from the Congo, colonized by Cartier, Tintin in Congo, the Belgian people. When they came to Congo, they taught us, go sit, do what I tell you to do. I know what you need. I will develop you. And then I came to Europe. We start fighting about the position of African in Europe. And then we noticed a change in Europe, in the Netherlands, maybe also in Belgium, where the European Union is settling. People start asking me, what do you need? So this is the second era of the relationship between African and European. What do you need? Nobody will tell me, go sit down, I know what you need, I will develop you. Now they're asking me, what do you need? At Wamiliki, we introduced a third era. We don't ask people, what do you need? We ask people, what do you bring at the table? It's really different. What do you bring at the table? So we are showing that we have some interest in what other people have to bring, making new archives. And we have noticed something. People tend to share with us that they have been seen, they have been heard. And we ask the same question to our white friends, to our black friends, Asian, anybody. What do you bring to the table? It doesn't matter what you bring at the table. It matters that you know what you bring at the table. So, again, this is not for academia. This is from the street, how we think that things could start changing. I hope that I respect my name by making people awake. And if you have any question, I'll be more than delighted to answer them. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Paul, also for staying so well within the time limit. It's very much appreciated. Before we open the floor, I would also like to offer the opportunity to ask one question to Paul specifically, based on his presentation. No, all right, then we can move into a plenary discussion. I noted that there was a question at the beginning, which I think was directed or intended for Miriam. Sir, if I look at you, yes, you had your hand raised and okay.
Even in the archives, we must be careful that we don't use Western civilization as the only standard.
Excuse me, could you please use the microphone?
We must be careful that we don't use Western civilization as our only standard of measurement to judge human achievement. That is not my question. That was from Indian philosopher Radhakrishnan of Oxford University. And you got Indonesia there, and Indonesia means in Greek Indian islands. Let's say Micronesia, Micronesia, small islands, Polynesia, many islands, and then the strong emphasis on Hinduism, the thing, was not so much because Sukarno's mother was a Hindu lady from Bali. So he pushed this Hindu, and he called his Maganaputri, Sukarnaputri, Magavati Saganaputri. It's a Hindu name, and she lives she was 10 years. So these are some of the things. And Sukarno studied here in Delft. He studied to be an engineer. So we must be careful of using standard Western civilization as the only standard. There are other civilizations too.
So what I thank you for your comment. What I intended to show with this very old drawing of civilization, people even didn't name it Western civilization by that time. They called it universal civilization. And universal is very well sought out. That's a phrase, a concept that's been used since the early 15th century to talk about the world with Europe at its center. So the word universal is a complete Western appropriation. Civilization as such, as an argument, is a very ethnocentric, Eurocentric connotation, which has been developed all over the Western world. And we cannot be critical enough if civilization is at stake, because for the same reason of that the Java sculptures here were included, for the same reason Africa was excluded, apart from Egypt, of course. So I do agree with you say, and so civilization even today is a very contested concept.
Thank you. Whom might I give the floor now? Yes, please, for Saul, here at the...
Sorry, yes, Saul. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I found this a fascinating session, and I was very struck by the creativity of the archivists, and also by the sense of potential that you are mapping out in terms of, be it reinventorizing or making connections using between different institutions and so forth. But I do wonder a little bit whether this is not mission impossible, and whether one ought to try and be perfect. The examples that we had, the very striking examples of the Indonesian religious classification, to me, if you'd managed to get that correct in the first place, which is impossible, it actually would be a mistake, because history is about classifications and categories changing. That's what intellectual history, that's what cultural history is about. It's about that. If the researcher can't have the revelation of finding the same image or artifact in two different archives, classified in different ways, then there isn't then an important story disappears. Mm-hmm. You might, and in any case, you're not going to get it right either, because I'm sure that in Modi's India now, with Hindutva, civilization and Hinduism means something very exclusive and something very different. So, the other thing is that, I've worked in so many archives. I've worked in superbly organized first world archives where everything is perfect. But actually, stumbling in the dark is also revealing. And there is the lure to me of over-emphasizing both digitizing and metadata, which is not always all that helpful, because it provides the illusion, the comfort that what you're looking at is really what you're looking at. We all know. I know I'm sounding like a very old-fashioned person, but I do have a lot of young students. And when I send them into the library, I always say to them, if you think you're going to write a PhD without going onto the original library shelves and choosing to read the book next to the one that I recommended, not the one that's on your reading list, you're not going to actually discover very much. So I do think that, these discoveries in archives is also about things that are not necessarily, the ones that are intentional or carry a very heavily ideological message. That tells a story in itself. But the misclassification and is also revealing. If I might just say, 2 weeks ago, in preparing for this talk, I went to the Cambridge Archive, to the library, and found a book which was sitting on the shelf, and I took it out, and they started putting in pulled out a pot of glue and started stamping something. I thought, oh, this is strange. I thought everything is online. So I said it to the librarian issuing. I said, I'm surprised you're still putting in stickers. And he looked up at me and he said, this book hasn't been out for 105 years. That was the date of the... And I felt really privileged. It's been a real gain for me for the last 2 weeks that I've seen something which may have been consulted by somebody else, but has never been taken out. That is the pleasure of the archives. And in attempting to be better and better archivists, don't take the joy of discovery away from this researcher either.
Yeah, not to get away from the core message of you. This last example is, of course, something that makes scholarly work also exciting. But I also share your concerns when you say, is it mission impossible? Colonization took quite some time. Nearly 4 centuries from the perspective from the Dutch. May we also need some time to recover from it, maybe. And maybe it shouldn't be 400 years to take. But what I think and what I would like to support and to carry on is that if we do not now start a conversation, for instance, on categorization, and ask and different than for me, sometimes the question, Patrick, would also be, what do you need? What do you need from me to find the information, what you are looking for? That type of conversation, that is opening up. Similarly, people are now also become educated. It's a question of the ministry. Shouldn't we educate people that they come for the universities in the Netherlands and that we educate them to read the libraries? Well, I gave you an example this afternoon to show that this is something you cannot learn in 1.5 years. So instead of saying we teach you, my question would be, come on the table and we talk together about it. What is the need you have? What are you looking for? Religion? Okay, we're trying to broaden up, and in that sense, we can try to find categories, and digital, they can be connected. So there is a possibility to enter this. For me, it's important to say that we should be hopeful in this and positive.
Can I add something to that?
Sure. Yeah.
Again, I told you about the absentees. When you hear scholars or academics people talk, most of the time, we speak on the terms of the resignation, the rede. We speak in who is right, who is not right, who knows better, who doesn't know. And we make the same mistake which brought us to these archives. Because we said in Europe or in the Western world, I think, therefore I am. What other people who are talking about decolonization are talking about is to introduce another dimension to what we are talking about. Not only cognitive intelligence, but also social intelligence. When I talk about being together, being African, being European, I'm not talking about intelligence the way mathematicians are talking about. I'm not discussing about what is right about archives or what is wrong about archives. I'm saying everything may exist, but when I'm getting on an arena and I feel bad about things you are saying or not saying, could we have conversation about it? So please, if we talk about decolonizing our relationship, because that is what we are talking about, it's very necessary that we add to our intelligence curriculum of saying who knows, who doesn't know. We add to that the curriculum of we feel or we do not feel. So I understand the question, and you see, I understand it on a different level. Because the gentleman who just spoke is introducing what are we agree to do with archives.
Yeah.
When somebody has not been on a table for so many years and centuries, you cannot start directly talking about how are we going to interpret the archives. First, we talk about my pain, your pain, and then we can move on to something different. So again, I'm trying to bring on the table the absentees, the one who never had the chance to go to university. They deserve to be here together with us. And they are not talking about resignation of what is the method we have to follow in order to know what's right, what's wrong.
Thank you.
Thank you, Paul.
You're welcome.
There is a big consensus in the room. I would like to follow up with a question to all of you, because I was wondering, there were many references today throughout the program about talking and about inviting and opening up the floor and inviting people to the table. But all of that implies indeed a form of rationality to be able to speak. So what does that say, or where does that leave the question of emotions, which often precedes talking, or it is a reaction to having talked? But how do we deal in very complex contexts? And maybe this is also a question I address to all of you, experience maybe in other comparable contexts, to accommodate and give a space to that affect that is also part of the experience of how one has been represented absently or in a present way in the archive, how you have or not have been part of the conversation, and the whole range of emotions and affect that goes with that. What is your suggestion, or what are your tips for how to deal with that challenge or the tension between affect and talking with one another?
Is the question towards me or
It's
to the
to
public?
everyone, whoever wants to pick it up first. I'll give Jennifer the chance first, and then Paul. Paul first. All right, thanks, Jennifer. Paul, you first.
Oh, me first. Okay. And I just mentioned it. Rationality is the predominant criteria in what we are talking about. So it's good. It's good. May exist. Emotion is what we are dealing with when we start talking about decolonization. But most of the people who have been decolonized, they have been colonized based on you cannot think, thus you don't have the right to be there. So emotion is very important. I talked about work. My name is something which can be seen together with be awake, a walk, but positively. Now, everybody in the room, I hope you know what work movement is growing towards at this present moment, negatively, to eliminate people on social media because you are now saying what I want to hear or something like that. So I think emotion is one part of inclusivity. So when we agree that some people, they start the resignation from emotion, we are including other people. Sédar Senghor, I don't know if you know him, he used to be president of Senegal. He studied in France, wrote a lot of books. He says, La raison est hélène, the rede is from Europe, from white people, et l'émotion est nègre. The emotion is more developed in countries like in Africa. But I'll tell you, I've been denied to sit at the table if I bring emotion at the table because it's not necessary. People do not agree that you can start a conversation starting by emotion. That's the whole problem we are having now. People who feel not seen, most of the time, they don't talk because they can say how many times they ignore them. They start by saying that that's their feeling. So we need to introduce and accept emotion as part of the curriculum.
Thanks.
We will lose each other's hands if we keep on talking rational.
Yeah. Barbara.
Well, let me just say,
Sorry, first Jennifer. Sorry,
Barbara.
Yes. Jennifer, first, I'm chairing. I give the floor and the mic.
I know it's very exciting. I appreciate so much what you're saying. I really don't have anything to add, because I think what you've done is what I've been hoping would be done during the conference, was also to situate ourselves in this space, because what's absent is clearly what is absent, also the voices of those who are being archived or have been archived. And that brings a really central question is to, and I'm not to steal the thunder of you, Bart, and I hope if I haven't missed the question you and I discussed earlier about who owns the past. And has within the sort of language that we use as academic language is about alienating also. It is a sense of alienation that is created when we start talking about archiving, because there's this superiority of who knows what to archive, how to archive, and what is being preserved. And that's, I think, what in many ways our panelists have tried to do, is to say we need to decentralize that notion of thinking about the archives and getting to the archives of our hearts, the archive of our memories, the archives of our feelings, of this sense that something is missing, absent, and how do we then reclaim it or retrieve it, recover it. It is also has to be about the archive of healing. We're not using those terms in this space because, you know, we are all academics and we want to sound important, but I think we need to problematize that. And the last thing I want to just mention is one of the questions I often ask in my tour, which throws a lot of Dutch people, is what does it feel like to be white? What does that question embody? Does it make you uncomfortable, even me asking the question? Because archiving is often associated with a privilege of whiteness, that you have the position of authority and power. And we don't deconstruct the notion of whiteness or race in this because it makes us a little bit too uneasy. But that's where we have to get to in order to unpack all this and then transform it into something better.
Thank you.
Well, I got slightly emotional by the way rationality and emotionality is separated from each other through language. If I understood well, you addressed the way that is talked about archives from the rational, and that you wanted to add more from the emotional. I really think it is so necessary to know that rationality has a very much emotional base, and the other way around as well. Emotions have often a very rational base, and I think Jennifer will agree with me on that as well. So I don't like this separation. I don't like separation between Brits and Boers. I don't like separation between white and black, and I don't like separation between emotions and rational.
Yes. If you want the mic again, Jennifer. Who would like to respond to this, also from the panel over here?
Yeah. Sorry, I'm responsible
Yes.
for introducing black and white. Peace and love. What I'm trying to say is to have something at the table. What you are sharing with us, what you do not like, is exactly what I'm trying to change. I'm talking about people who feel that they can't be in a room while the dominant criteria in themselves is emotion. We have a dominant criteria, we have a less dominant. I went to Western University. I don't say white, Western University, Belgium University. They taught me what we are teaching you is white. They taught me. And I'm trying to say, okay, I agree. But next to that, I want you to learn to appreciate being in love or hating a situation. That's emotion. If we put them together, we will find peace. But if you ask me, 30 years being in this country, emotion did have a place at the table.
Yeah, I also have Miriam. Yeah, without aiming to start a philosophical debate about ratio and emotions, because even that is Western in a way. So it's also difficult to discuss this in a wider context. Only to share something with you is that when we think of archives, we think of kilometers of papers. But I tend to view also the material collections in the museums as archives. For me, it's broader. And it's not only about the material culture that's visible in the museums, but it's also about the material culture that's been hidden in the depots for a long time.
Yeah.
And what strikes me in the last, well, in this year and then pre-pandemic, because we were just frustrated for a couple of years, but it was already going on for some time, is that there were some encounters in these depots, in the museum, with people and with objects together, which were actually very emotional. There I also learned that the emotion with which these objects were taken from elsewhere, from elsewheres, and that was not only, we rationalized them, we took them with an emotion, but we rationalized them, we numbered, we categorized, we put them, that's what we've done with it. But it started with an emotion. So in that sense, emotion and ratio relates to each other. But the encounters that we had with these objects, what I expect in the forthcoming decades is that these encounters will take place not only in museums, but also in archives, at tables. That's what I'm talking about when we're sitting on a table and talk. What do you want to know? Where can we do something to open up the archive? Because it also in a Western world, it's not given for everyone to understand an archive. I was talking with Susan. I said, Susan, we know how to do this research, but it took a while, and it also, you need a lot of intuition, and people call it associative thinking. But I see a future of more collaboration in this type of research, also in the archives. But I feel that you are in doubt about it, or would agree or disagree. Yeah. But well, anyway, I'm not looking for agreement, but I want to share that it is something that I feel very hopeful about. Yes, Bart.
I want to confuse a little bit more, because I fully agree with Jennifer and what's been said about the role of emotions and feelings, etc., etc. What I'm what I'd like to warn against is white people trying to completely identify with that emotion and translating that into words. Let me give 2 or maybe 3 little examples. In Cape Town, where you find at Kirstenbosch Park the beginning of what was the hedge of bitter almonds planted during the Van Riebeeck era to keep the local people on a distance so that they wouldn't steal the cattle or actually take back the cattle that had been stolen from them.
Take back.
And there's a sign with it that explains what this hedge is all about, and it's this scandalous hedge that's an evidence of the oppressed people, etc., etc. And I was reading it and talking. There was a black African guy standing next to me who had introduced himself. He was a guide at the Kirstenbosch Park. And I was reading it and I said, that's been written by a white person. And he started to laugh. So that the text didn't just give the essence of what the hedge was all about, which would have been enough, I think, in his opinion. Second example, Rijksmuseum, exhibition about South Africa, lots of discussion about it, etc. When they, in preparation, people at the Rijksmuseum, when they, in preparation of the opening, understood that there might be criticism coming up and it was controversial, whatever, they decided to put these slogans, graffiti on the wall, like down with Afrikaans, and to look like revolutionaries. And I don't think it made sense at all. It's propaganda. This is where my argument of real collaboration and opening up the institutions and bringing in the people so that it, as Miriam said, and I fully agree with Miriam, that you together get to the right kind of representation of representations. Let me put it in plural. I think that's most important.
The mic, please, there at the back for Olita.
Oh, thank you very much. I'm just following up the discussion, but I'm not an expert on archiving, but I'm an expert on history and how history evolves. The most important things that as Africans we find ourselves is we always bring emotions on the table, but sometimes it's not emotions, it's facts, because facts doesn't have emotions, whether you like it or not. You need to put it as it is. And it's unfortunate that we are the descendant where history was hidden for us. And when we try to explain ourselves is emotions, which is not right. And it's unfortunate that in the modern age where we live, we are trying our best to try to archive who is an African person. Because an African person was documented by a European, and there's no true facts to it. And it will always be emotions. It will always be kind of political, but it's not, because that's where we lose ourselves. That's where we are forced not to go and check where we come from. And the world is pushing us that way to say, forget, and let's move this direction. History has been done. But it's unfortunate because we raise a generation where they wanted to know why the world is like this, why we are not where we're supposed to be, why we don't have this and this. I, for one, I come from where my ancestors were moved 3 times, exhumed their bodies because of the mining activities. And when I go back and show my daughter now to say, your great-grandfather's grave, actually, he was buried 3 times because of the mining activities. And it also always be taken like you are bringing emotions to the room. And that is the problem we have. And that is why we can talk Zuid-Afrikahuis, we can talk the Suriname Museum, is going to take us for ages because Africa is continuing to be moved for economical benefit. And we will never trace ourselves like how Europeans will be. Europeans can keep their heritage site as much as they can, but in Africa, a heritage site will be moved because there are valuables that needs to be mined from that. Congo is one of them. Congo will never be able to have a heritage site that can be more than 200 years because it's a country that is so wealthy that you don't need any machinery to get out a diamond. You just need a pick and a shovel. You have a pure diamond and you go. So where are you going to put those heritage sites? There is no emotion in facts. We just have to respect history. And history is as it is. And I respect the speaker visually to say that I'm bringing the emotions, but you're not bringing the emotions in the room. Actually, you are putting up facts, and facts doesn't have emotions because it's the truth. Thank you very much.
All right.
If I can maybe just add to what Olita said.
Just hold it a bit.
Yeah, I'm Rose. I'm working at Zuid-Afrikahuis on the new exhibition. If I could just add on what Olita said, that emotions have been brought into the room. It's not never been there, but it's always been used to continue the colonization and subjugation of people. So to say that there's a split wouldn't fully be fair to it, because it has been there, but it has been used to a purpose. But I think in decolonizing, we have to validate that all people's emotions are valid instead of saying certain emotions are valid. Or you step into a room and you see, for example, the room here. If I start to bring up, like Olita said, facts, it will be I'm emotional, I'm attacking, it's someone else's emotion that's being put ahead of a different person. It may be a person of color, it may be a person of different sexuality, but emotion has also been used as a mechanism of violence. Thank you.
So perhaps as I am listening to this, the question that arises in my mind is how to establish then a sense of relationality, something that binds us together through this process of dealing with difficult histories, taking various positions in relation to these histories. It's not just a matter of sitting at the same table, but there's also a process of establishing and recognizing relationality. Perhaps we should call it an ethics of care that we need to develop with one another. Does anyone have suggestions or ideas on how to establish and nurture that in a process like this? And perhaps it also brings to the table the question about reparation and the idea of healing that has also been mentioned earlier today, that in such an ethics of care, perhaps that could be part of the process as well. So do you have any ideas on that? I know that the ethics of care was also something we discussed with the Lantern Slide project.
Yes, I think it was for us very good to see the students of the University of KwaZulu-Natal working on the slides and sometimes wondering about the same things as we did, sometimes not at all. And as the students gave, well, not explanations, but more like context to the works they had made in writing, they also said that, a lot of slides made them very angry, for instance, in a way that, we felt appalled by some things, but the students felt angry, like really angry. And before we started this book project, I don't know if you remember, but then I spoke to a couple of visiting journalists and artists at the Zuid-Afrikahuis from South Africa, who I also asked, like, when you look at this collection, what does it do for you? And some said it left them indifferent because it was not their heritage, so they didn't want to deal with it. Like, this is white people stuff, archives. And others felt very uncomfortable because they said it's partly my history, partly not. And that was already, one of the keys for us to really think carefully about this collection. And if you could just put it online like that, because in the Netherlands you have this very strong movement of digitizing, bringing collections out, and it's good. Like everyone in the world has Wi-Fi, you know, so whereas in practice, this whole ideal of access for everyone is quite limited. So again, if you would put it online, who again has access and can work with it, and who's again excluded? So yeah, I think this artist project in South Africa with the student, that was really, the most insightful thing so far, aside from the book itself, which was a nice experiment.
Yeah.
Just writing academically, yes. Yeah.
Paul, how does that work in the work that you do with Wamiliki in terms of this ethics of care and relationality, establishing a sense or a shared feeling around that?
I will start first reporting that we will be going in September with some Congolese from the diaspora in the Netherlands, going back to Congo, because they have been having some issues being Dutch and not going through the ceiling in the Netherlands. And I told them there is no space where you be happy as the space where you are already. You cannot be happy in a foreign country, and Congo could be a foreign country for you. And we are going to test that in September. So coming back to your question, before we start Wamiliki, we asked some young African entrepreneurs to make a comparison between working with Chinese and working with European. They knew already what it was to work with European, and Chinese are now 40 years, 50 years in Africa. So make a difference. What should you choose if you were to answer the question, what is better? And the answer was very interesting, maybe for academics. They say all of them that come to take something from our country, all of them, the Chinese, the European, all of them. But the difference is that the Chinese, they respect the way we live. And the European, they tell us that we are retarded, we don't understand, we are emotional, those things. But the quality of what the Chinese are bringing in order to take what they want to take, the quality is less than the quality of what Europeans are producing. So talking about quality, they would like to make business with European. But talking about being respected, they would like to make business with Chinese. I told you, I'm a European from Africa. It makes you think twice if the young people of this generation are giving this kind of answer. So there is a space, we thought, of trying to make the talk why they feel the way they feel. And when I came back here, I'm a civil servant in the Netherlands. I start looking for my colleagues for foreign affairs before they discover that they have institutional racism. I start looking contact in order to tell them we are getting unpopular because we take gold of coltan, because we do not respect people. We see people from a perspective of I know better than you. And people do not accept that. So if you want to build up a new world, we have to start here by thinking twice what makes it that I think I'm superior to another human being. And there in Congo, we are going to Africa. I go to Kalija, I go to South Africa, I speak to people there. And I tell them, you have something to bring on the table. So you have to respect yourself and accept yourself the way you are. It's the same with archives. And believe me, I don't have anything to say about the quality of archives. Is my history, is the history of another one. But if I feel something by looking at the archives, I want to talk about it with somebody. You know, I went to the archives and I looked for this word, expropriation. Zero it. Somebody from Africa, from South Africa, he want to know how they took the land of my grandpa. Expropriation. Zero hit. The same archives. So please, we need to have a conversation, a difficult one, but a conversation. I love European. I love African. But we need to have this difficult conversation.
Thank you. Miriam, at the museum where you are working, how is that accessibility tied to a sense of relationality and taking care of one another in these conversations?
Well, I think that we do realize that even the presentation in Volkenkunde, which is about to change and we will be reopened in 28 in a new setting, but for the next couple of years we have updated at least, well, for now, for the but if you're walking there, you see that the whole museum is based upon regions. Huh? So there's the first ratio. And then within the region, there's a hierarchy. Huh? There's a hierarchy of how the Dutch regarded some parts of the world civilized and other parts of the world not civilized. And even if the word is not used, you still see, if you know about this, you still see the separation even on the level of a room. Now coming to a start of conversations and a new type of conversations, getting back to this visit of within the frame of the restitution issues, the Dutch visited us for a couple of weeks ago. We were standing in that room and we asked them, how would you do this? How would you do you, if you would have the same stuff, how would you order it? And they told us that they were, that they said, well, some of the objects have such a very sad energy that it would be maybe good to reunite them so that they're not so lonely. And I hear people a little bit laughing here, and it's okay. We can laugh about it. It's good. But at the same time, you feel that we miss the ability to understand what the objects are really about. And at the same time, not, because when they were taken to get a situation under control. And is there energy around objects that's not good for the colonial control? So for that same reason, they also were taken away. But we don't explain the story, but the energy is still there. They feel it. So when we talk about decolonizing and about the exchange or even the restitution of knowledge, 10 years ago, it was understood as all the knowledge of our archives should also be returned. But I think in this conversation, the exchange of knowledge is going on, because then we start to understand what things mean. And it takes a while, but we can do something with it and maybe collaborate in the new, do it together, the new installation. That will be good. So that's my answer to this.
Thank
From
you.
ratio to emotio and ratio back.
This co-working together has been mentioned a couple of times today as well. Co-creating projects. Our time's up for this panel. I would like to thank all three of you from the bottom of my heart. Thanks so much for sharing your experiences. Good luck with all the work that you are doing, and I'm looking forward to continuing the conversation with all of you and also with you, the audience, the rest of this afternoon in the first instance, but also as homework that is clearly manifesting itself for an institution like Zuid-Afrikahuis. We have a tea break now. Please be back at 20 to 4 for the performance by Babs Gons, our Dichter des Vaderlands, but there's tea outside in the hall. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you.
Dames en heren, enkele weken geleden werd bekend dat we vanaf september dit jaar 2 jaar lang een nieuwe dichter des vaderlands hebben. A few weeks ago, the new poet laureate of the Netherlands was made public. En haar naam is Bab Schons. Bab Schons is spoken word artiest, schrijver, dichter, columnist en host. In 2019 verscheen haar Op, een door haar samengestelde bundel met het werk van 18 Nederlandse spoken word dichters. En ze debuteerde nog niet zo lang geleden met haar eerste dichtbundel Doe het toch maar. En die werd genomineerd voor de Herman de Koninkprijs en de Poëzie Debuutprijs. En in 2021 was ze de Boekenweekdichter. En in 2022 was ze een van de 2 winnaars van de Johnny, een oeuvreprijs voor podiumpoëzie. Ik bedoel, je carrière is geweldig en nu ben je dichter des vaderlands. Bab zal vandaag voor ons, en ik ben zeer vereerd en zeer blij dat je dat wilt doen voor ons, een aantal gedichten voordragen. We zien er erg naar uit, Babs. The floor is yours.
Hallo. We willen je graag uitnodigen, vanavond als vrouw. Zou je woensdag zwart willen zijn bij ons programma? We maken een voorstelling en zoeken mensen zoals jij, jullie, bij ons debat, ons tijdschrift, ons platform. Misschien iets minder vrouw graag vanavond. We boeken je graag zaterdag. Niet te donker, licht mag, je weet wel, gewoon normaal. Bij de toon van onze show zoeken we iets bozers. Iets meer spuug in de mondhoeken, een beetje vingertje in het gezicht. Of kan het misschien ook iets sexier? Kan het ook misschien iets meer lachen? Kan het misschien ook iets meer wereldproblematiek? Een beetje me too. Alleenstaande moeder. Afwezige vader. Traumatisch jeugd. Niet te veel nadruk tussen de regels en trauma. We vinden het leuk als je een jurkje aantrekt. Of een hoofddoek. Een beetje soulful, een beetje doe. Mag het ook een beetje meer angry black woman? Iets meer woke, unapologetic. Niet te veel natuurlijk. Hè? Net genoeg voor het publiek om ongemakkelijk te knippen met de vingers. Te klappen. Buig je voor ons? Zo jammer. We hebben al iemand zoals jij. Zoals jullie bij onze show, ons platform, ons tijdschrift. Misschien een andere keer. Dank je wel. We hadden gehoopt dat je iets jonger zou zijn. Iets vrouwelijker, iets linkser, iets rechtser, iets zwarter, iets witter, iets minder, meer zichtbaar. Niet boos worden. We vinden het juist zo ontzettend interessant om te kijken waar die woede vandaan komt. We hebben daar plek voor bij ons talkshow, ons debat, ons tijdschrift, ons platform. Niet zo boos worden, we vinden het juist zo interessant. We hebben daar ruimte voor. We bedoelen het goed. Dat is altijd een lekkere ijsbreker, hè? Goedemiddag allemaal. Wat een eer om hier ook te zijn. Ik heb al een beetje in de wandelgang gehoord dat het een hele bewogen dag is. Veel onderwerpen, emoties, vragen. En ik ben een half jaar geleden... had ik de eer om naar Kaapstad te gaan. Om daar bij de Neerlandistiek met studenten in conversatie te gaan. Ik ben een aantal festivals geweest. En wat zo geweldig was, is dat mijn gedichten daar door een aantal studenten vertaald waren. En nu heb ik er 1 meegenomen. En nu heeft die dame achterin mij net even geholpen met de uitspraak. Ja, dankjewel. Daar staat ze. Ja, Rosé. En waarschijnlijk ben ik alles weer vergeten, maar ik ga heel erg mijn best doen. Net recht. Soms wil jij net jouw kop op die aarde neerleggen. Jouw vuist naar die hemel oplicht, die tranen laten vallen en zegt. Dit is zeker omdat ik zwart, wit, een vrouw, dik, dun, te groot, te klein, te lief, onvriendelijk, omdat ik lelijk, eerlijk, direct, poëtisch, welsprekend, te zichtbaar, onzichtbaar, kwetsbaar, misverstaan, geprijsd, arm, trots en confronterend is. Zeker daarom. En dat die aarde jou met haar zachte handen baaien zachtjes opstoot, op jouw wang zoen en fluister. Dit is omdat jij zo ontzettend is. Niet te veel, niet te min, niet. Net genoeg mens. Net zo'n mens zoals andere mensen. Net recht. Hoe deed ik dat? Ik ging net een beetje, ja? Dankjewel, Zee. Ga terug naar je eigen land. Begroet jezelf bij de grens. Verwelkom je op je eigen gronden. Jouw land. Waar het stof van de aarde, de hitte van het asfalt en de rumoer van het leven samenkomen in je middenrif. Ga terug naar je eigen land. Zet diep van binnen voet op eigen bodem. Leg je hand op je hoofdstad. En haal diep adem door je buitenwijken. Waar de straten zijn vernoemd naar je ware helden. Ga terug en weet je eigen land. Wees je eigen land. Altijd vlak achter je ogen. Opgevouwen net onder je borstkas. Tussen duim en wijsvinger. Wees nooit een vreemdeling. Want dit alles is jouw eigen land. Ik ga terug naar mijn eigen land. Ik betreed gronden vol verhalen van voorouders, waar het verspeelde bloed diep gewortelde eiken voortbracht die me rechtop houden tussen de resten van plantages overwoekerd door distels en doofpotten. Laten we allemaal teruggaan naar ons eigen land. De grond weer van allen maken. Weer naar de zon laten groeien wat is platgetrapt. Laten we de lucht zuiveren met kamfer en kokos en citrus en sandelhout branden. Luisteren naar de legendes onder de baobab en de sequoia's. En de kankantrie en de stilte weer leren horen tussen het geruis. De stem van onze voorgangers, ons verbinden met het land. De lucht met de rivieren. Kom terug naar je eigen land. Begroet jezelf bij de grens, verwelkom jezelf op je eigen gronden, draag je land altijd binnen handbereik. Ergens vlak achter je ogen, in je gehemelte, laat zelfs tussen het kilste beton je voeten zachtjes dansen op de aarde. Zorg dat er altijd genoeg zand onder je nagels zit, dat er genoeg kruid in je huist. De magie van de wind je altijd kan vinden, je nooit de taal vergeet, laat het land tot je spreken. Vergeet niet dat dit allemaal jouw eigen land is. Weet je eigen land. Altijd vlak achter je ogen, opgevouwen net onder je borstkas tussen duim en wijsvinger. Wees nooit een vreemdeling, want dit alles is jouw eigen land. Ja. Zijn er eigenlijk verzoekjes of hebben jullie zoiets van een thema waar ik wel iets, ik zeg niet dat ik alle thema's bij me heb, maar willen jullie nog iets horen over taal? Ja? Dat is makkelijk, hè? Ik geef maar één keuze. Nou, toevallig, hey. Een taal die zich constant bezint. Waar nieuwe tijden, nieuwe woorden groeien. Woorden die niet langer volstaan of hebben verloren aan zeggingskracht of onnodig zeer doen. Als dode huidcellen met een sieselhandschoen uit het woordenboek wegwrijven. Hoe wil ik mijn taal? Ik wil een taal met ruimte voor interpretatie, waarin je soms niet weet of je luistert naar een liefdesgedicht, een slaapliedje of de troostende woorden van iemand dicht bij je hart. Een taal waarin elke nieuwe verliefdheid vraagt om een nieuw vocabulaire. En de oude grammatica samen met de ex-geliefde uit het leven verdwijnt. Een taal waarin een woord bestaat voor een onverwacht liefdevol gebaar van een onbekende. Met wel 100 woorden voor gastvrijheid. Een taal als een herberg. Woorden als waarde die je ontvangen na een lange reis en je zonder nadenken je maaltijd doen delen. Een taal vol aandacht. Waarin je net zo goed Dostojevski, de Beauvoir en Tchaikovsky kan leren zeggen als Fatima Abuluwafa en Zoe Papa Economou en LHBTIQAP+ niet elke keer zorgt voor gegiegel, maar een taal waarin je moeiteloos even vraagt hoe je het wil hebben, hoe wilt u het hebben? Zoals we ook ooit Aus bij Mid nog Zeit van Zoo leerden. En je ook helemaal niet uit een kast hoeft te komen, want er zijn helemaal geen deuren. Alleen vensters om uit te kijken op een steeds veranderend landschap. Een taal die zegt kom, zonder grenzen. Waarin iedereen voet mag zetten op de bodem met gebruik van eigen tongval. En elk accent betekent dat iemand thuis is dan meer dan één taal. Als een museum van de levende. Waarin de geschiedenis wordt verteld uit hoofden van allen die eraan deelnamen. Taal als een groepsapp van de wereld. Een taal die mensen niet met één woord buitenspel zet en afserveert in plaats van ze te eren, van ze te leren, de plooien in hun huid als jaarringen ons te laten onderwijzen. Een taal van stilte, van gebaren, van even iets niet zeggen en even niets zeggen en even iets niet zeggen. En van armen en ogen. En afstand en huid en botten die meer zeggen dan. Een taal als een verzoek, een bede, een oproep tot medemenselijkheid. Een taal die zegt kom, praat, vertel, zwijg. In je eigen woorden. Die taal, die wil ik. Dank jullie wel. Hebben jullie nog tijd, nog zin in eentje? Ja? Oké. Doe het toch maar. Dat is de titel van mijn boek. Het is ondertussen ook een beetje mijn motto geworden. Het is ook iets geworden waar mensen mij aan herkennen. Er zijn zelfs mensen die het hebben laten tatoeëren. Eén iemand, weet ik. Maar van wie ik het weet, zijn vast meer mensen. Het is een soort do it anyway. Nike wil het vast binnenkort aankopen. In plaats van just do it anyway. Maar het grappige is dat ik er heel vaak weer mee terugkom. En ik heb dat ooit een keer geschreven. Ik heb 3 versies in het boek staan. En er zijn toch weer die ochtenden dat je wakker wordt en dat je denkt, moet dit allemaal nu? Doe het toch maar. Zeg dat maar tegen jezelf op die momenten dat je niet meer weet waarvoor je het doet. Waarom je telkens weer uit protest de straat op gaat, je keer op keer het gesprek aangaat. Je wilt mengen in het debat, om het te benoemen, om het aan te kaarten. Doe het toch maar. Zeg dat maar tegen jezelf als je ziet hoe de grapjes en het wegwuiven, de spottende blikken, de beledigingen sporen achterlaten op je ziel, op je welzijn. Doe het toch maar. Ook als je constant belachelijk wordt gemaakt, je veiligheid voortdurend op het spel staat, omdat ze je tot in je eigen huis intimideren, als je wordt verteld dat je maar moet zitten, je mond moet houden en nederig zijn. Doe het toch maar. Ook is de verleiding soms groot om je maar stil te houden, om je maar te schikken. Omdat nooit iedereen hetzelfde recht zal hebben om comfortabel in het eigen lichaam, in het huis, in het land te zitten. En wat is het dan waard? Blijf het doen. Ook al ben je moe en zo ontmoedigd. Is het opeens heel stil na de demonstratie, stil in de straten, wordt er in alle talen gezwegen en in de media lijkt iedereen het alweer te zijn vergeten. Blijf het maar doen. Ook al blijven ze het onderwerp veranderen, je afleiden, je verleiden tot ongewilde uitspraken, geef je van alles de schuld. Hè? Blijf toch af van onze tradities, verpest niet onze feestjes, doe het toch maar. Ook al drukken moeders je op het hart om toch vooral geen aanleiding te geven, zeggen vaders dat je gewoon maar 2 keer zo hard je best moet doen, zeggen vrienden laat nou maar om te voorkomen dat anderen het misschien ongemakkelijk vinden. Blijf het doen, blijf het doen. Blijf het doen. Ook op die momenten dat je denkt dat niemand het ziet. Dat niemand jou ziet. Blijf het doen. Roer je. Laat je horen. Maak een vuist. Kom maar opdagen. Iemand zal luisteren. En iemand gaat je begrijpen. Doe het toch maar. Blijf herhalen wat je gisteren zei. Zeg het vandaag en morgen ook weer. Ook al moet je nog 100 keer de straat op gaan. Microfoons pakken. Aanschuiven aan tafel. Steeds weer opnieuw beginnen. Uitleggen wat zo helder lijkt. Doe het toch maar. Doe het toch maar. Want je weet ook dat er anders nooit iets gaat veranderen. En dat dit de enige manier is om op een dag wakker te worden. En te ontdekken dat de wereld beter past om jouw lichaam. Dus Doe het toch maar. Dank jullie wel. Ik ben heel slecht met op de tijd letten. Dus, kijk even naar de... Ja? Oké. Zal ik er nog één doen? Ja? Even denken hoor. Is er iemand die nog een... Leuk, wie zei het? Oh, leuk keuze. Ja. Als je niet gaat stemmen, zeg het dan zo zachtjes dat Nelson Mandela het niet kan horen. Laat hem met eeuwige rust. Als je niet gaat stemmen, wees dan alsjeblieft zo discreet dat onze voorouders zich niet roeren in hun graf. Als je niet je stem, laat het 1919 niet horen. Laat Suze Groeneweg, laat Wilhelmina Drucker met rust. Als je niet gaat stemmen, laat het bloed op de stenen in de straten van Selma en Montgomery het niet horen. Martin Luther King? Het mag hem niet ter oren komen als je niet je stem, laat hem niet weten dat je kiest om te zwijgen als je geen droom hebt. Niets om voor te vechten, niemand om je hart voor te maken, niets om voor op te staan, laat het niet merken aan hen die wel moeten. Laat het de dag niet weten, laat het de nacht niet horen, wees zo discreet dat zelfs je schaduw het niet weet. Laat het zand van Soweto met rust. Steve Biko? Hij mag het niet weten. Sojourner Truth mag het niet horen. Kerwin Duinmeijer, Tamir Rice, Marielle Franco. Laat het ze niet horen. Wees stil in Ferguson, in Baltimore, in Damascus en Darfur, in Chili, Hongkong en Amsterdam. En onder geen beding laat het de mannen achter de tralies van de statistieken horen. Daar waar de stembiljetten niet worden bezorgd, mogen ze er niets van weten. Waar ze de stemlokalen nooit zullen bereiken door de kogels en de bommen, de afstand en de armoe, de dictator en het geloof en de kleur en de klasse, laat het ze niet horen. Martin Luther King, Nelson Mandela, laat hun niet weten dat je stil blijft als je geen droom hebt. Niets om voor te vechten, niemand om je hart voor te maken, niets om voor op te staan, laat het niet merken aan hen die niet anders kunnen. Dank jullie wel.
Dankjewel, Bas. Dankjewel. Om even weer aarden. Last but certainly not least, wil ik uw aandacht vragen voor Pieter du Plessis. Pieter, daar ga ik even naar het Engels over. Born and raised in South Africa, is currently a teaching fellow at Maastricht University, Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences, in the Department of Philosophy. Een hele mond vol. His current research interests focus on the historical and contemporary relationship between South Africa and the Netherlands. Through the lens of feminist, queer, post- and decolonial theories, as well as engaging in the fields of critical whiteness studies and heritage studies, Peter engages questions of coloniality through heritage, space and belonging, and the politics of memory. Dat is een hele mond vol. Maar hij heeft me beloofd dat hij het voor iedereen zo zal vertellen, al deze belangrijke theorieën en onderwerpen, dat iedereen het ook kan begrijpen. Pieter zal met u een soort rondgang maken door het Zuid-Afrikahuis aan de Keizersgracht 141. Een rondgang of meer een reflectie op het verleden van het huis, de betekenissen van het huis in verleden en heden en de kleur van het huis. En hij zal onder andere spreken over belonging en memory politics. Hij zal, en daar zijn we heel blij om, tevens de presentaties van vandaag, de sprekers, meenemen in zijn lezing, om die mee te nemen in zijn reflectie op deze dag. Pieter, mag ik je verzoeken?
Ja,
is the only thing I have to say. But wow, really, really moving. Dit was rarig fantastisch om te luisteren. Ek het nie woorde nie, maar gelukkig het jy woorde. So, dankjewel. Today, my heart and mind has been stirred by a tapestry of emotions and feelings. Anger, despair, guilt, shame, hope, excitement, and restlessness. It is crucial that we acknowledge and embrace these emotions. And I'm happy in the previous panel that we actually started talking about that. So when I prepared a little bit of this, a smile came up on my face. They hold intrinsic value and warrant our contemplation. Often, these emotions are dismissed as irrational, distancing us from serious discussions, critical thinking, and objective inquiry. They have historically been associated with feminine, queer, and non-white subjectivities, in contrast to the white, heterosexual, masculine subject who has been linked to rationality and clarity. However, let us begin our journey today. Well, we have already started one, but our reflection today, by honoring these very emotions and feelings. By doing so, we open ourselves to new perspectives, deepening our understanding of ourselves and the world around us. Emotions are not hindrances, but gateways to insight and connection. They offer a unique lens through which we can navigate complex issues. How did you feel today? What made you comfortable or what made you uncomfortable? What did these feelings and emotions bring up in terms of memories or thoughts? Where do you feel these emotions in your body, and how, if you did, have you communicated them either to yourself or to others? Feminist and queer studies scholar Eliza Steinbach writes in relation to thinking about emotions when researching the colonial archive. Emotions tend to be unavoidable, impactful layers in interpretation and communication, regardless of whether they are registered or not. Prior to becoming an individualized emotion, the capacity to affect or to be affected, well, affect for short, inheres in our objects, colors, our thoughts, insights, ideas, and actions. This space, the colonial archive, has the capacity to affect, as the discussions in the panels have shown us today. I want to first take a step back and think from an embodied place about colonial archives, and more so het Zuid-Afrikahuis. Today, we have mostly talked about the archive as a physical space, often a hidden, secluded space where materials are stored. An archive, however, as the African philosopher, post-colonial thinker and historian, I would say he's also a philosopher, Archieven has pointed out, first refers to a building, a symbol of a public institution, and then a collection of documents, normally written documents, kept in this building. He contends, there cannot therefore be a definition of archives that does not encompass both the building itself and the documents stored there. In adding to Mbembe's point on how we define what an archive or archives are, I want us to think about the body as an archive. Let us engage in a simple exercise. I invite you to look at your hand. Observe the lines, the unique shape, and the stories that they hold. Consider for a moment the ways in which your own body could be seen as an archive. Our bodies, in the intricate complexity, function as repositories of information, memories, and experiences. They serve as living archives, carrying the imprints of our personal histories. Just as traditional archives house records and documents, our bodies hold a wealth of knowledge. Through our senses, our bodies interact with the world, gathering sensations that become part of our embodied knowledge. A scent, a taste, a touch can trigger a flood of memories and emotions tied to specific moments in time. Furthermore, our bodies, scars, tattoos, maybe the tattoo that is going viral at this moment, Wrinkles and other marks serve as tangible reminders of the paths we have walked, the encounters we have had, and the journeys we have embarked on. Our bodies carry the weight of our lived experiences. Moreover, our body language, gestures, and postures convey cultural and social nuances. They reflect the norms and expectations of the communities we belong to, offering glimpses into our identities and the histories we carry within us. By recognizing the body as an archive, we acknowledge the immense reservoir of knowledge and history it holds. It invites us to explore the narratives embedded within our physical selves to uncover the interconnectedness between individual and collective experiences, and to appreciate the rich complexity of our cultural heritage. In this regard, then, I see the archive as threefold: a physical building, a collection of documents or materials, and as an embodiment. I'm inspired in this regard, and we've already, some speakers have already touched on this, by the Dutch scholar Gloria Wekker, who uses the concept of the cultural archive to speak to the entanglement of the physical and the embodied archive, that which is between our ears and our hearts and souls. Wekker explores the concept of the cultural archive within the context of Dutch colonial history and its impacts on contemporary Dutch society. She argues that the cultural archive refers to the accumulation of historical, social, and cultural knowledge that shapes our understanding of the world and influences societal attitudes and practices, a repository of memory that is enacted and performed, in other words. It encompasses a range of cultural artifacts, discourses, and representations that reflect and perpetuate dominant norms, values, and power structures. In the Dutch context, Wekker focuses on unpacking the colonial cultural archive and its role in constructing racial hierarchies, racial stereotypes, and notions of Dutch identity. She examines how colonial legacies such as the history of slavery and colonialism continues to influence contemporary Dutch society and shapes ideas of race, ethnicity, and belonging. She argues that the cultural archive operates through processes of racialization and racialized thinking, where certain racialized identities and experiences are prioritized while others are marginalized or erased. What it has and continues to produce, according to Wekker, is a smug innocence. The claim of innocence, she writes, is a double-edged sword. It contains not knowing, but also not wanting to know, and can be clearly heard in the claims of, but I'm not to blame, and no, that didn't happen here. It is then from this place, the cultural archive, that an epistemology of ignorance is produced, which in many ways produces and maintains epistemic violence by not acknowledging other ways of seeing and knowing the past, present, and future. I also interpret the concept of the cultural archive as a space from which complex social imaginaries are produced and maintained. Social imaginaries could be understood as the shared framework of beliefs, values, and symbols that shape our understanding of the world, society, and our place within it, as well as how we imagine ourselves in relation to others. Social imaginaries are the lenses through which we perceive and interpret reality, guiding our actions, aspirations, and sense of belonging. They are constructed through a complex interplay of historical, cultural, and ideological forces, and archives play a pivotal role in informing and shaping the collective framework. They are not mere storehouses of information, but living narratives that inform our collective memory and shape the stories we tell about ourselves and our societies. When Mbembe writes about the archive, the power of the archive, how it operates, how it confirms or denies, he points to the role that the archive can play as an instituting imaginary. In other words, acknowledging the ways in which an archive, its architecture, and its materials have been produced, used, and maintained, and how this is informed by forms of power, we can come to see how archives inform collective memory and institutes imaginaries of the self, the collective, and the other. My own engagement with this concept of the cultural archive and the ways in which my own imagination of the self, the collective, and the other has been produced started during the Rhodes Must Fall movement in 2015 at the University of Cape Town when I was studying towards my bachelor degree. During this time, I was confronted with not only my own white skin and how the institution and wider society in South Africa were catering to me and people like me based on my skin color and the norms and culture associated with this. I started learning more about South Africa's colonial history and how this paved a path for people like me to be concentrated in a mid-sized town called Middelburg in the Mpumalanga province of South Africa. Not to be confused, of course, with the Middelburg in Zeeland. While growing up in a small mining town relatively close to Middelburg, I learned to be proud of my Afrikaner heritage and the language Afrikaans. We were the descendants of the brave Dutch navigator and colonial administrator Jan van Riebeeck, who set foot to soil in the Cape in 1652, and I learned to celebrate him as the father of the Afrikaners. Many years later, I find myself in the Netherlands, where I came to engage with and question my own historical ties to the Netherlands and the Dutch colonial history in South Africa from within the Dutch context. I encountered het Zuid-Afrikahuis during this time and have come to learn more about this history that I was in search of. 50 years ago, in 1973, the Vereniging Zuid-Afrikaanse Stichting Moederland, one of the forebear organizations of the current Zuid-Afrikahuis, celebrated 50 years of operating in the Keizergracht building. This was commemorated by the Dutch historian, colonial administrator, and then member of the Vereniging Moederland, Willem Philippus Koolhaas, in the book, it's here, Het Huis de Dubbele Arend, where he recounts the history of the physical building itself. The title page of the book reads, Het Huis Keizergracht 141, apologies for my Dutch pronunciation, thans Van Riebeeckhuis genaamd, nu daar wel een halve eeuw gearbeid is voor de culturele en economische betrekkingen met Zuid-Afrika. What he refers to as South Africa or as what he considers to be Zuid-Afrikanen is not clear, but considering the picture of a Paul Creer painting included in the pages of the book, it might be safe to say white South Africa, the Afrikaner South Africa. On page 56 of the booklet that everyone received today, you can take a look at the painting while I'm talking. The first time I visited the Zuid-Afrikahuis was in the summer of 2022. And thank you to Simon for being my guide on that very day. I had the opportunity to walk through the building, browse the library, and look through archival materials. One room in particular, the meeting room, stayed with me as I later left on and walked along the Keizergracht Canal. When I entered the room, the first thing I noticed was this portrait of Paul Creer in a detailed golden frame hanging in the center of the right-hand side wall. This was the same portrait that was included in this account by Koolhaas to celebrate the 50th anniversary. Creer is depicted as sitting behind a table with an open cover Bible, his left hand resting on the pages and his right hand gripping the edge of the chair's armrest. I was taken aback. What was a portrait of Creer, or as those around me where I grew up called him Oom Paul, doing in the Netherlands, and more so hanging prominently in the Zuid-Afrikahuis? I'd learned a lot about Creer as I grew up in Mpumalanga, or as it was previously called, the Transvaal, and before that, the Zuid-Afrikaanse Republiek, of which Creer was president between 1883 to 1900. I'd learned about him not so much from my school history textbooks, but it was around the dinner table and family gatherings. Creer was a volkshero, I learned. Through God's power, he had the Boer Afrikaners against the British during the First South African War. And it was thanks to him that we, the uitverkore volk, were still here today. As I stayed at the painting back in the meeting room, several questions came to mind. Who painted this and why? And of course, why is it hanging in this room? However, as these questions came and went, I noticed another object to the right-hand side of Creer's portrait in the corner next to the entrance door. A Zulu shield covered with Nguni cattle skin and iron spears reaching out from behind it, hanging from the wall. Puzzled, I walked closer to inspect the shield and spears. How did this object make its way here, and was it supposed to say something together with the portrait of Creer? Was this to symbolize the war between the Zulus and the Voortrekkers? Or were these two objects referencing the Battle of Mkome River on 16 December 1838, where the Voortrekkers killed thousands of Zulus and which Paul Creer would commemorate as Geloftedag in 1881, now called Reconciliation Day? These questions and the current placement of the objects led me to question, why is white Afrikaner subjectivity represented in the form of a portrait and black Zulu subjectivity in object form? Who is the Zuid-Afrikahuis for? Not only historically, but also today. Who belongs here? Not here, there. And who is likely to feel that they do not belong? Depending on who enters this room, what do they experience? And considering the house was historically a home for white South Africans, is this still the case today? It is not my aim to share an analysis of the placement of these objects with you today, but rather to point to the discomfort and questions that emerged for me in that moment. These objects are telling of the history of the Zuid-Afrikahuis, and more broadly, the historical relationship between the Netherlands and South Africa. More specifically, they are telling of the relationship between the Dutch and Boer Afrikaners, a racial kinship that has been mediated historically through the Keizergracht building and in the form of objects such as the portrait of Creer. They too hold the capacity as archival materials in some regard to institute imaginaries of the self, the collective, and the other. And as a side note, I think it is rather significant that we are here commemorating 100 years of the Zuid-Afrikahuis, and in doing so, we are not centering the portrait of Creer as a means of commemoration, but rather placing it under question. And that gives me hope and fills me with excitement. Since this experience and the feelings that have emerged in the time that followed, I decided to address these questions and thoughts in the form of designing a doctoral research project about the Zuid-Afrikahuis. This is a project I'm hoping to pursue in the years to come, and that will contribute to tracing the history of the Zuid-Afrikahuis through a critical lens, and that will in turn shed light on how a space such as the Zuid-Afrikahuis has come to produce and reproduce Dutch and Afrikaner forms of whiteness relationally and transnationally. This in turn will help us understand how whiteness shapes belonging and how it is enacted through cultural heritage. Perhaps it's useful if I briefly share what I mean when I'm talking about whiteness. This term has also been used today, but we have not really thought of a definition for what we're talking about. Whiteness is a socio-cultural construct that refers to the social, cultural, and political privileges and advantages afforded to individuals who are perceived as white within a racialized system. It is not simply a matter of skin color, but a complex set of social, cultural norms, expectations, and power dynamics that confer certain advantages upon those who are deemed white. Whiteness is not a static and inherent characteristic, but a social construction that varies across time, place, and social context. It is produced and reproduced relationally through social interactions, institutions, and discourses that reinforce and uphold white privilege. The relational aspect of whiteness means that it is defined in relation to non-whiteness, but also other forms of whiteness. Furthermore, whiteness is transnational. It operates across borders and is shaped by global power dynamics, colonial histories, and processes of globalization. The transnational dimension of whiteness highlights how it is influenced by and contributes to systems of racial hierarchies and inequalities on a global scale. Materiality also plays a role in the production and reproduction of whiteness. Material objects, spaces, and practices are imbued by racialized meanings and serve to reinforce white privilege. For example, institutions and cultural artifacts may be predominantly associated with whiteness, creating exclusionary spaces and reinforcing racial boundaries. Understanding the production of whiteness requires acknowledging the historical and ongoing processes through which it has been constructed and upheld. Acknowledgement is then also about naming, and as Stuart Hall has written, naming whiteness displaces it from the unmarked, unnamed status that is in itself an effect of its dominance. I'm therefore interested in tracing the history of the various organizations that have come before the current organization, Stichting Zuid-Afrikahuis, and to make sense of how they not only established but maintained a racial kinship between the Dutch and Boer-Afrikaners over the years. I want to understand how the physical building in which the Zuid-Afrikahuis finds itself today has shaped social imaginaries and has informed notions of Dutchness, Europeanness, and Afrikanerness. In this regard, the physical building itself, its context, the contents, and activities over the years will be taken as the object of study by looking at the lives and relations that have also been enacted in the building. At the same time, I will also pay attention to the processes of othering and how whiteness has shaped belonging and unbelonging through this cultural heritage site. Maybe I will move past the rest of all the details, outlining a little bit what I'll be looking at the time. So I'm going to draw on a decolonial theoretical framework. I'm hoping to, at least. My project will build on understandings of the decolonization of cultural heritage as articulated by Johanna Turinen as a process, and she defines it as a process aimed at rethinking how colonialism continues to influence the subjectivities of white Europeans and through them our ideas about European heritage. Coloniality and decoloniality as philosophical concepts are therefore important in my work, and I think that they are also important concepts for us to think through when it comes to a process of decolonization of colonial archives and cultural heritage such as the Zuid-Afrikahuis. Here I draw on the works of Walter Mignolo, Anibal Quijano, and Sabelo Ndlovu Kacheni to define what I mean by coloniality. Coloniality refers to the long-lasting effects of colonialism. It is not just about the physical presence of colonizers, but also the social, economic, and cultural systems they have established, which continue to shape societies even after colonial rule has ended. These effects include structures of power and inequality that favor the colonizers and marginalize the colonized. Coloniality can be seen in various aspects of life, such as language, education, legal systems, economic relations, gender relations, and cultural heritage, just to name a few. It perpetuates a hierarchical worldview where the colonizers are considered superior and the colonized are seen as inferior. This then relates to the coloniality of being, knowing, and power that has permeated the entire globe, making it global coloniality. What is important to note here is that coloniality does not only operate in the former colonies over there, but also back home, over here. We are then faced with the decolonial option. The notion of the decolonial option, as articulated by Medina Klostanova and Walter Mignolo, expands upon the concept of decoloniality by emphasizing the importance of active choices and alternatives in the process of decolonization. They argue that decolonization is not simply about opposing or rejecting colonialism, but about actively creating and embracing different possibilities within this framework that we find ourselves in today. This option recognizes that colonialism is deeply embedded in our social, cultural, and economic systems, and that challenging it requires more than just criticizing or resisting its manifestations. It calls for the development of alternative epistemologies, ontologies, and ways of being that challenge the dominance of Western-centric knowledge and practices. It therefore involves delinking from the colonial matrix of power. Delinking here refers then to a process of disentangling from the structures and systems of colonialism and actively creating alternative spaces and practices that are not defined by colonial hierarchies and norms. It involves recognizing the limitations of the existing global order and seeking to construct new relationships and possibilities outside of its confines. It emphasizes the importance of pluriversality, which refers to the coexistence of multiple knowledge systems, perspectives, and ways of being. It challenges the notion that there is only one valid way of knowing and urges us to embrace the diversity of human experiences and knowledges. In essence, then, the decolonial option invites us to actively engage in the transformation of our social, cultural, and economic structures by imagining and embodying alternative ways of being and relating to the world. It is a call to decolonize not only our minds, but also our practices, institutions, and relationships, fostering a more just and inclusive future. That is, however, enough about my own project and ideas about partly making sense of the Zuid-Afrikahuis. And I can tell we are quite tired after this day. We've done a lot of work emotionally by speaking and thinking. So after our discussions today, what is the way forward? The archives are open. Now what? I don't have the answers, but only a reflection on what has happened today. Seeking new perspectives was a core theme today. Jan Skinkelshoek, is that correct? De voorzitter van de stichting Zuid-Afrikahuis kicked us off. For the Zuid-Afrikahuis, this day has been important to address where they come from, where they are today, and where they are going. He mentioned self-reflexivity as a necessity for the Zuid-Afrikahuis to engage with the various questions raised today and for a path forward. Vincent Keitenbrouwer, that followed by calling on new research agendas for artists and academics to make sense of the Zuid-Afrikahuis and its history. Alongside this, he also called on the Zuid-Afrikahuis to forge new bonds with people outside of the Zuid-Afrikahuis, to create links to South African archives, for example, and to collaborate with other Dutch colonial archives. Professor Dubois did exactly what academics do, complicate matters by showing how we need to think critically about contested terms such as colonial, imperial, and even archives. I believe this was great as it showcased the need for debate about these terms and perhaps to start thinking about the Zuid-Afrikahuis as a post-colonial institute, as he suggested, and what effects this might have in our thinking. Something that I indeed want to think about more. Decolonization, as Dubois outlined, could mean contextualizing material culture and collections in new and refreshing ways. Something that I found was striking and that is also connected to my own research project was when he mentioned that the Zuid-Afrikahuis is not only a portal to South Africa, but it says something about Dutch identity. In this regard, when he mentioned the anti-apartheid protest that took place at the Zuid-Afrikahuis in 1984, if I'm correct, Would it then not be an idea to memorialize these anti-apartheid actions in or around the building, to make more visible and to speak towards Dutch identity? Jennifer Tosh shared how for her to make hidden history visible, it means to continue to interrogate knowledge production. When she talked about reparative justice, the following quote by James Miles came to mind. Memory work is not just about remembering the past, but also about reckoning with it. That is, establishing facts, acknowledging and apologizing, and repairing the harm that was done through both material and immaterial forms of reparation. As a way of reparative justice, then, she raised the question, would it be possible to do other forms of archiving, such as archiving memories? And I thought this was really interesting. Practically, this could entail inviting communities that have been invisibilized in the archives and do archiving with them. If we intend to co-create and take on the possibilities, a different future is possible for these archives. So, then in the first panel, titled Absent Presences, How to Research the Colonial Archive, much of what has already been mentioned was emphasized again. However, other practical suggestions were shared and thoughts came to mind when we listened to the discussion. Well, firstly, to address the absent presences or the present absences as Barbara Henkes has pointed out in the archives, perhaps it's good to continue with a project like the 100-Year Book Project that Barbara mentioned. The work of reinterpretation and perhaps looking at materials in refreshing ways could lead us to critical insights and to continue to stimulate dialogues. So projects like these that are collaborative and reflexive, I believe, could be a way forward. Karine, through her notion of the anarchive, that which cannot be by definition archived, has interrogated how historical knowledge is constructed. We cannot only rely on the archive to completely reconstruct history. She suggested the need for things such as oral histories and co-created archival materials to make its way into the Zuid-Afrikahuis archives. This reminded me of what Nelson Maldonado Torres writes about decoloniality, and also something you mentioned, as creating counter-discourses, counter-knowledges, counter-creative acts, and counter-practices. The bell that Karine showed us, and as it was encased in the Slave Lodge Museum, and then in juxtaposition, elevated in the Rijksmuseum, was really striking. This made me think about how the histories of slavery and colonialism is differently remembered and engaged with between the Netherlands and South Africa. In this regard, then, the Zuid-Afrikahuis as a cultural and knowledge center could continue to understand South African politics and ways of remembering by perhaps learning from South African artists and curators to address issues of representation and articulation of South Africa in the Netherlands. So I think the striking image could be something for us to remember. Souza has introduced the question of how gender, and in particular women who have been left out of and invisibilized in the colonial archive as it pertains to the VOC archives. She highlighted how archives, those of Dutch colonial archives, were produced and maintained for and by men. In speaking about decolonizing the archive, the aspect of gender is important to address. One thing that came up when Souza presented was the fact that the Zuid-Afrikahuis could create guidelines for the public and researchers about how to go about researching absences in the archives, such as gender, for example. The examples of the Voormoeders project could also be something inspiring for the Zuid-Afrikahuis to think about in terms of knowledge co-creation and as an archiving practice. And another aspect that was discussed in the panel was digital archiving as something that should be thought of and what potentials it could hold in terms of exactly creating other forms of more inclusive and reparative archiving. This too can serve as a co-creation archiving tool. Blael Hughes Watkins notes the following. Another quote for you. When archivists and their institutions acknowledge the marginalization of absence of the oppressed, they must respond through establishing a reparative archive that engenders inclusivity. Reparative archival work does not pretend to ignore the imperialist, racist, homophobic, sexist, ableist, and other discriminatory traditions of mainstream archives, but instead acknowledges these failures and engages in conscious actions towards a wholeness that may seem to be an exercise in futility, but in actuality is an ethical imperative for all within the traditional archival spaces. In this regard, then, the concept of intersectionality is important when attempting reparative work in archives. Then, in the second panel, titled Caretakers and Curators Engaging with Colonial Collections, the following quote by Michel Rolfe-Trullo, I feel captured both the discussion. It is not about what history is, but it is about how history works. History reveals itself in the production of specific narratives. Miriam shared how we are at the beginning of a new era and that it requires patience to work through the issues we have covered today and the work that needs to be done. She called on the Zuid-Afrikahuis to take on the possibility of making connections through digital means to improve accessibility, but also to perhaps work together with other international institutions to address language in the archives and how things are named using colonial labels. This could be one of the means to humanize the archival environment, as you've pointed out. For this to work, there is a need for open collaboration and willingness. Jeltje, who has previously worked with the Zuid-Afrikahuis, reflected on questions of care when digitizing archival materials such as the lantern slides. She showed us, well, the lantern slides she did show us. In the discussion, she emphasized how issues of privacy need to be taken seriously when considering making materials available online. The metadata is also something important and that needs to be addressed. How are derogatory terms addressed? Should they remain the same or be changed? When approaching these questions creatively, as it was done in the Magic Visions publication, the possibilities grow, such as collaborations between archivists, artists, academics, and students, where the contextualization of archival materials can be responded to in an interactive manner. Lastly, Paul shared with us how we might not be able to change archives, but what we can focus on instead is the fact that we can create new ones. Perhaps then, it will not be necessary to ask the questions that we're asking today in another 100 years. This comfort, as Paul shared, is a necessary feeling to experience, not only to learn from the past through engaging with colonial archives, but to create a path forward. How is diversity and inclusion as a means to facilitate this discomfort reflected in the Zuid-Afrikahuis, perhaps even through a policy on diversity and inclusion, is a question that the Zuid-Afrikahuis should ask itself, perhaps. But more so, and as was emphasized, another question that the Zuid-Afrikahuis could ask to those looking for answers is, what do you need? By asking this question, perhaps it's an ethics. We're attending to an ethics of care and embracing relationality that can flourish this change in where the house is going. So these were some of the thoughts and a wrap up of the day. I might have left things out, and I hope that I was not too monotone or too draining by the end of the day. But of course, some things might stick and others might go. But I hope, if anything, that today is that you felt something. And by feeling something, at least, we can carry this into imagining not only the future of the Zuid-Afrikahuis, but also the responsibility that we have in creating new relationalities, and of course, by embracing the differences around us. Thank you very much.
have some time for questions and or remarks, but no, nothing pressing. Olita, yes. Does someone have a microphone? Okay, yes, thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter, for a good presentation. And I think you nailed it where we wanted to hear, talking about the colonial archives. And going back to the statement I've made earlier on before we went on a break, and for me, I will say that, and I will reflect as an African to say, as Africans, we are good storytellers. And unfortunately, past years, we never owned a pen. That's why we never documented our history. And that is why we end up having colonial archives than our own archives that trace us where we come from. And thank you very much. Well researched. And I think as a South African, you have an experience where there were tension and emotions about history. And it's unfortunate that it happened when you were the first, maybe for the Rhodes Must Fall movement. I think there were just so much emotions, but also there were facts. And I'm happy that you reflected on that as part of the archives, because if that could not happen, maybe the history of Rhodes will not be taught better to the young people. And it's through those young people that actually force that certain histories be documented as it is. And thank you very much that you reflected on it. Thank you.
Can I respond briefly?
Yes, sure.
Going back to what you just mentioned about the Rhodes Must Fall movement, I think I agree completely with you. If it was never for that, I don't think I would have thought in the way that I'm thinking today. And I think, again, discomfort in that moment, something that I had to also work through. I think this is really important. Sometimes for something to explode or to tear open, that's perhaps where a rebirth can start, and where we can also see ourselves, but also the realities around us more clearly. So yeah, I completely agree with you.
Nothing else? Sorry. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Mel.
Thank you so much. What good that you did a wrap up in such a short time. I mean, thank you for that too. Thank you so much. I will be shocked because I think we're all a bit something like that. Not tired, but our head is full with the new insights and the new thoughts and the new ideas, and we have to think about that much more. Dames en heren, ladies and gentlemen, here present and via the live stream, I hope that you have enjoyed this day as much as I did. And I want to thank you so much for being present, for your attention, your questions and your remarks. Ik wil u zeer bedanken voor uw aanwezigheid, uw aandacht, vragen en opmerkingen. Even voor iedereen, als u deze conferentie nog rustig wilt terugkijken, dan kan dat via het YouTube-kanaal van het Zuid-Afrikahuis. So dat is winst. That's a good thing to know. Tomorrow perhaps you think, oh, I want to see him or her again. Onze zeer grote dank gaat uit naar al onze sprekers. En de deelnemers voor hun inzichtsvolle bijdrage en dialogen. We wish to thank all our speakers and participants for their insightful presentations and dialogues. A big applause, please. A big hand. As a token... Excuse me. Als een teken van onze grote waardering en dank, as token of our appreciation, all your speakers and participants will get this bottle of wine. Do you have the slide, Jamie? The nice slide. Yes, there it is. But for all the other people present here or listening to us via live stream, this wine is for sale. You can buy this wine per bottle. It will cost €90.23. Do you get the symbolic message? En u haalt niet alleen een heerlijke rode wijn, een Mira Merlot 2018 in huis, but you also support the Zuid-Afrikahuis for future events like this. Onze dank gaat tevens uit naar onze sponsoren die onderdelen van het jubileum van dit jaar mede mogelijk hebben gemaakt. Naspers, de Van Ewijk Stichting en het Prins Bernhard Cultuurfonds. Maar onze grootste dank gaat uit naar ons team en mede-organisatoren van deze conferentie, zonder wie deze dag niet mogelijk zou zijn geweest. Thank you for our team and all the people involved in organizing this conference. Om met die laatste te beginnen, de co-organizers, please a big hand voor Margriet van der Waal en Vincent Kuitenbrouwer. Our volunteers, they were busy from like 8 o'clock in the morning, like organizing everything, letting you in, giving you tea or coffee, and I will name them. Francine Maassen, Nassima Said, Marco Mora, and Rosé Metler. And don't forget Marijn Collignon for his technical support today, but he also has left the building. But my greatest thanks, and now I'm getting emotional, will go to my great team we have. Jamie van Baarsel, Simon Scholten ter Horst, and Sabine Bruin. She says, oh, there she is. Thank you so much. And I will end with one note. This day today is just the beginning of a process, a first step in a process that the Zuid-Afrikahuis engages on, not only the Zuid-Afrikahuis, but also other partner institutes and museums and archival places. Please stay in touch with us. Please stay in conversation with us. As was said, we want to know what you need, and we want to tell you what we think we can offer you. So thank you so much for me, and now we can have drinks. Thank you.